Beaufort County, turn off my thing here. Beaufort County School Board work session.
You didn't start yet, did you? Because if so, we can't hear you. Your mic is muted.
Incident to proposed Amendment 21 with Shoreline Construction and Development, LLC for MC Riley Elementary School. Fiscal year 26, 8% CIP partial HVAC system replacement and corridor painting scope guarantee maximum price proposal. Discussion of negotiation incident to proposed amendment number 30 with MB Construction Company Incorporated for Bluffton High School, fiscal year 24, 8% CIP modular classroom relocation scope guaranteed maximum price proposal. And receipt of legal advice regarding pending legal claims covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code annotated section 30, TAC 4, TAC 40, A4.
Do we have a second? Discussion?
Actually, on the audio, we could not hear. We not hear until Mr. Victor Nate started, so we kind of playing from behind on the audio. So I'm not sure if we want to restart that or not.
Question. All those in favor? Dennis, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried.
Opposed. Can y'all not hear me?
Not you as opposed.
Yes, but I also made a statement that we could not hear you at the beginning of the meeting, so the beginning of the meeting was not recorded because your mic was muted. For the record.
Your comments are on the record, sir.
It's not about no comments, it's about effectiveness of a meeting.
Yes, sir.
Remake the motion. Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Education accept the superintendent's recommendations for the renewal of certified employees for the 2025-2026 school year. Seconded by Mr. Carr.
I'm sorry, did Mr. Guyer just say my name? His mic keeps going out.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Education accept the superintendent's recommendation that the contract of a letter of agreement teacher employee A is not renewed for the 2025-2026 school year.
You have a second? All those in favor in the room, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Online, say.
Dallas, I.
Hey, I.
Alice, I see your hand was up. You say aye?
I said I. If you're asking me.
Okay. Ask her if how she votes.
Okay, Ms. Hay, how do you vote in the chat?
Oh, can y'all not hear me?
I hear you now.
Say aye. Say aye. All right. Motion carries. Next motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Education accept the superintendent's recommendation that the contract of a letter of agreement teacher employee B is not renewed for the 2025-2026 school year.
Second.
Second by Ms. Frazier.
Frazier,
Since I can be heard.
discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor in the room, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Is saying that Carlton and she can hear each other, but we cannot hear her. So there must be a volume issue on our screen. Thinking.
I believe that's what I alluded to earlier when I made the announcement about at the beginning of the meeting I could not hear it, and then the only thing I heard was Victor Nate coming on and making a motion to go into executive session. So yeah, that's what I alluded to, and they said that
Are you in the Zoom there?
my notes would be taken.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
voted aye.
How do you vote?
Dallas votes aye.
I think
Hey,
that
if
if these
you
meetings
hear
are being
me.
recorded, then I think that we should get the problem fixed, and that's the normal
Sir.
procedures.
Sir, the problem is it with one person.
The volume issue, because apparently they can hear each other, but we're having trouble hearing them. But I do think that it sounds like that if for recording purposes, they can hear me.
Yes.
I couldn't hear anything until
I put mine into the chat room. Excuse me.
everyone who was speaking. Is that what you're saying, Ms. Cushionberry? Okay, so the meeting was muted, so you couldn't hear the meeting. Thank you for clarification.
Ms. Hay?
Ms. Hay
Ms.
says.
Hay says aye. Motion.
So we'll and Mr. Shohan's working on it.
Okay, the motion carries. Next motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Education accept the superintendent's recommendation that the contract of a letter of agreement teacher employee C is not renewed for the 2025-2026 school year.
I have a second.
Second.
Second by Ms.
Ms.
Frazier.
Frazier.
Discussion? Saying aye? Aye. No. No. And Ms. Hay or Mr. Dallas, could you text us and give us your vote? I see Ms.
I put it into the chat room. Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Education accept the superintendent's recommendation that the contract of a letter of agreement teacher employee D is not renewed for the 2025-2026 school year.
All those in favor?
In the room, please signify by saying aye. I'll call for that in a minute.
Okay.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Mr. Smith. Okay, motion carries. Would you go to the next one, please?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Education accepts the superintendent's recommendation that the contract of a continuing contract teacher, employee E, is not renewed for the 2025-2026 school year.
Do I have a second?
Second. Frazier?
It's been seconded. All right, discussion?
All those in favor in the room?
Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
In line? And aye, thank you. And those opposed? Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith. Okay,
Okay. Next, we have, I move that the Board of Education approve the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education report for April 25th, 2025.
second? Again,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Any discussion?
Favor in the room, please.
Please signify by saying aye.
Dallas, aye.
From both Ms. Hay and Mr. Dallas, motion carries.
I move that the Beaufort County Board of Education on April 25th, 2025, direct the superintendent to review and approve qualifying 17-year-old adult education waivers to attend BCSD adult education program.
You have a second by Mr. Nay. Any discussion? Mr. Smith?
Yes. So to me, this motion right here, it states that basically this is, if I'm getting this understanding, is that we're saying that we don't want to hear the adult education reports and that we want to be derelict to our duties because we don't have the time and we clearly don't think that it's important enough to understand what's going on in our adult education program. So I'm definitely concerned because as long as I can remember, we've been getting these reports, and every report is different, and every situation is different. And this is another way of understanding what is going on in our programs. I mean, in the district. And as well as the schools, because every school brings different reports and every kid has a different situation. So I'm really taken back and kind of lost for words when it comes to my colleagues saying, and I believe that this has came up before, and it's just funny that we bring this during the work session and say that we don't want to. That there was a proposed motion made for this. So I'm real troubled of why my colleagues will think that it's appropriate to accept the a motion of this nature when we had this conversation at length, and we've had other colleagues as well who have said that they thought that this was something that needed to be brought forth. So maybe some of us don't. Some certain things aren't important just when it comes to the education spectrum. Thank you.
Ms. Boatwright?
Mr. Smith, I respect your opinion on this, and I know we disagree on this. I don't appreciate being told that it's a dereliction of duty, or I don't think it's important. What I will say is that this law was changed in 2003. Prior to 2003, school boards did review adult education. In 2003, that was vacated. Most school districts do not review it. It's very operational. We don't have a policy or a statute that requires us to review it, and we have never not approved them. So what we're doing is in executive session reviewing individually each one of these students' requests, and the state legislature clearly gave that back to the schools and took it away for the school board. So we have just been kind of doing it out of past practices, and in my opinion, we do fall into a dereliction of duty when we begin to pick and choose what operational processes we will participate in. And this one, either we have a policy or we have a state statute. Barring that, I don't think we should be involved in operational. So I think if Mr. Smith, if you want to talk about whether or not we should continue to do this, that's something that needs to be reviewed and added to policy. But until that happens, we should honor the legislator's decision back 22 years ago to return this operational control to the school districts. Thank you. To the school, not the board.
And I would And I would just say it's mighty funny that you said that 22 years ago when you've been on this board for over 4 years ago and you didn't think that it was important. And to me, once again, I would go back to say I meant what I said and I said what I said. It's no different than us, once again, how we're taking public funds and putting them into private schools. And this goes up to me, this goes on the same merits of that basically it goes on and it's in the same bubble of the same results of what that gets. So therefore, once again, I will say that to me, I still feel that we should get these reports. And remember, some of you said that it's just a rubber stamp. Maybe everything that we do is rubber stamp. Maybe just go ahead and let the public know that we rubber stamp a lot of things. Is that because that's what was said about this right here. So just to be clear about it, thank you. That's the real reason why we want to get rid of it. Some of us feel it's rubber stamped. Thank you.
Any further questions or discussion?
I have a comment at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair.
Have a comment on this motion, sir?
Yes, sir. I agree 1,000% with Ms. Boatwright. I think we, through the coherent leadership model, have delegated the authority and the ability for the superintendent to go into detail and take corrective actions or supportive actions or whatever is required based on our just mere questioning. Because as I've shared with others, to get into the details and have people expect a board to get into the most, critically important, but details that are delegated to the superintendent means if I miss as a board member a particular item, then people may say, well, you're not doing your job. And our job is to provide guidance to the superintendent. Thank you.
All right. Vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye here in the room. Aye.
Let's try this. Can you hear me? Hey, I.
Dallas, aye. Dallas, aye.
We have everybody voting for it. Mr. Smith, I assume you vote no? Okay, we have 2 no votes and the rest positive votes. The motion carries.
Next motion. I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 20 with Shoreline Construction Development LLC for the construction of the H.E. McCracken Middle School fiscal year 2026 8% CIP partial HVA system replacement based on the guaranteed maximum price of $870,133.
Second by Dr. Carr. Any discussion? In favor in the room, signify by saying aye. 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 Mr. Dallas.
Aye for Dallas.
I haven't voted yet.
Okay, sir.
I'm going to abstain on that.
Abstain. Thank you.
Next, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 21 with Shoreline Construction Development LLC for the construction of the Michael C. Riley Elementary School fiscal year 2026 8% CIP partial HVAC system replacement and corridor painting scope based on the guaranteed maximum price of $783,209.
Is there a second? Second by Dr. Carr. Any discussion? All those in favor in the room, please signify by saying aye. 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 And abstentions? Motion carried.
Final motion. I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 30 with NB Con Construction Company Incorporated for the Bluffton High School fiscal year 2024 8% CIP modular classroom relocation scope based on the guaranteed maximum price proposal of $1,071,060.
in the room, please signify by saying aye. And in favor? Aye. Mr. Dallas is aye.
I'm going to say no on that.
One no vote. The motion carries. Next item on the agenda is, sir?
Before we move on, there was some motions that Mrs. Boatwright made about the HR, and I believe there was one that I did not get accounted for. I think the second one, I just wanted to check the records. I said no on that one. I want to make sure that there was that I have all no's. I believe it was 4 that maybe calculated, but it should be 5. Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Motion to approve the agenda, please.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Nay. Any discussion on the agenda? All those in favor of the agenda in the room, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Online?
Dallas, aye.
Any nays, any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. Next item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Media been notified? Cushionberry. Thank you. Are there any public comments? The agenda. Budget.
Thank you, Colonel. This morning, Ms. Crosby is going to walk us through our budget presentation with additional information. It'll probably be a lengthy presentation this morning. And so we're going to bring a table for Ms. Crosby and a chair, and she'll have room to spread out her materials. And since it'll be lengthy, have a place to sit while we go through it.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Yes, it is a long time to stand with these, especially the initial budget presentation. So thank you for allowing me to sit and be a little more comfortable today. So with today, we have a binder for you that has today's presentation and handouts in it for you. In the future, if you would like to take it home with you, that's fine. I would ask that you bring it back at the next budget meeting on May 6th, and we'll continue to fill that with various presentations so you have everything in one folder. If not, that's fine. We'll just provide you the documents and hole punched in, then you can just fill them in as you need, or you can leave them with us, either one. Leave them with Robin, and we can fill those in for you. So today's presentation, the fiscal year 25-26 budget, provides a recommendation based on available revenues and expenditures that align with the budget priorities. There is no vote required today, but we do ask for some consensus of how we move forward. We do have 2 public forums this coming week on Wednesday and Thursday. And we do have another budget presentation coming up very quickly on May 6th, which we'll need to provide documents to you by the end of next week for. So we have some budget detail today, mostly a high level, the big picture, but there are some details, and I'll show those for you in the handouts. And then we'll continue to give you more granular detail as the next few presentations come on. So more details will be brought forward in the May 6th board meeting that we have. So basically, this budget is a strategic investment in the quality of education in the future of Beaufort County students. We have taken very seriously the task of getting stakeholder engagement. Not only did we work with you, the board, on budget priorities in January, but we have sent out surveys to schools and communities. We have done through a budget survey. We have received feedback from our departments. And most recently this week on Tuesday, we met with a group of high school students from across the entire school district, representatives from every high school, and had a great interaction with them. And for the most part, there was really a general consensus from all the stakeholder feedback that are very consistent with the board's priorities. So we're going to focus really on 3 priorities today. So those top 3 priorities are teacher and support staff compensation, academic programs, and safety and security. And so this budget really focuses a lot of the expenditures and the increases on those 3 areas. So in the area of teacher salaries, our goal is to maintain one of the highest starting teacher salaries in South Carolina. So back 2-3 years ago, we made an effort to boost our salaries, and we ranked number 1 in terms of starting teacher salaries. And we stayed there for a second year as well, so for 2 consecutive years. The last couple of years, we've been outpaced by our neighbors in Charleston and Berkeley. So the goal of this highest teacher salary has really been to attract the best and the brightest into our area. Beaufort is a very attractive place for young people because it's a coastal county. It has a lot of shopping, a lot of great things, fun things to do, festivals, and that's something that's very appealing to young people. But it also, having a high salary also increases job satisfaction of those who are already here and want to stay, helps improve retention and reduce training costs. If they're already here, that's less training costs that we have on an ongoing basis. And then the academic programs, there were 5 particular areas that we focused on: fine and performing arts, science, CTE workforce development, dual enrollment or expansion of the TIDES program, and education technology, particularly in the area focused on artificial intelligence. And then safety and security is the 3rd area, and we are committed to maintaining safety and security funding for the cost of school resource officers and security guards at all schools, expanding continuously and strengthening our crisis prevention and response efforts, which are, it's an amazing team of people who have done a whole lot with that program, and we continue to stay at pace with that. I think they're probably leaders in the country, I'm sure I could safely say in that regard. And then continuing mental health services for our students and employees. So this graph is a graphic of the top 10 South Carolina starting teacher salaries for the current school year. And as you can see, Charleston is at the top at $56,146. Then Berkeley, slightly lower, York 3, and then Beaufort at 51,000, right around 51,000. So we currently rank 4 of 74 school districts in the state. 2 of the 3 districts above us are in nearby counties, not neighboring, but nearby counties. They're all coastal areas and attractive to young professionals. And this year, there was been a lot of attention around Charleston County School District because they came out very early and indicated that they would be moving to a starting teacher salary of right under $65,000. So we had some conversation, myself and Ms. Walton with our counterparts to see, and I believe another group meeting with their team to see what they were doing, just to get some idea of what others are proposing. So we'll show you some more about that in just a moment. But the next slide shows where we are. So currently we are at $51,066 as a starting teacher pay. This is a first-year teacher coming in with a bachelor's degree. So we have 5 levels of education levels. This would, so bachelor's plus 18, master's, and so on, all the way to PhD. So this is just the bachelor's level with no years of experience coming fresh out of college. So this proposal today increases the starting teacher salary and every cell of the teacher salary schedule by $4,000, moving us to $55,066. And in line, mirroring the tactics of the Charleston County School District, we propose to collapse steps 0 through 5 and start new teachers at step 5, which would boost. So step 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 would all be $60,087. And they would, and then after that, there would increase in steps. So in your handouts, there is a proposed, and I have a table of contents there, and there is a proposed teacher salary schedule on page 8 of the handout, and it shows the current salary schedule and the proposed one. So if you'd like to take a look at that, that will give you a comparison side by side of what we are proposing to do. So 60,000, why 60,000? So we each year, and back a couple of years ago, when we made huge efforts to boost teacher salaries, the board asked us and asked Human Resources, what will it take to get us to a point where we are attracting the best and the brightest? And that number was 50,000 4 years ago. That number that now is 60. It won't put us at 65,000 where Charleston's going to be, but 60,000 will be an attractive number to bring many students, teachers to our area. So the next slide is sort of analysis of where we've come from for the last several years. Actually, I believe Dr. Rodriguez began with us in July of 2019, I think. So this chart really goes back to the beginning of his tenure with the district, and we were at 36,928 at that time. And then we had a pandemic, and we had a continuing resolution, meaning the budget was held flat. And then the next year we were able to raise 1,000, and then that big jump to 45,566 was the year that we ranked number 1, resulted in us ranking number 1 in teacher salaries. And then we maintained that by an increase the following year as well. And so where we are currently is 51,066 in the 24-25 school year, which is a 38% increase from where we were back prior to the pandemic. This budget proposes the first year teaching salary. So the raise, the 4,000 would get them to 55, and collapsing those first 5 steps would get another $5,000. So this increase would represent a 63% increase into starting teacher salary in Beaufort County from the 2019-2020 school year. So these are bold measures to align with the budget priorities of raising teacher salaries in Beaufort County.
As Tanya prepares to continue to move forward, Beaufort County School District at one juncture went approximately 10 years without an increase in salary or an increase in steps for for a lot of employees. So we found ourselves in 2022, 2023, well behind when it came to the compensation. And that required, you know, a lot of work to internally to find dollars and then the millage conversation to finish off the difference, move us forward. And so we've again done some internal work, but we don't want to find ourselves sliding back away from where top compensation in the state or in the region begins to be. That's essentially what happened over a 10-year period without raises or without a step increase along the way back then. Okay, Ms. Crosby.
Mhm.
Before you go on, let's get some feedback from board members before we hop in. Next thing. Any questions, comments?
Can you please define or explain the collapsing of the first 5 steps?
Sure.
It'll be helpful on the handout section. If you look at page 8, when Ms. Crosby
Yes.
gives you the explanation.
So the handout is in a tabbed area. It is on page 8, and it has a current and proposed schedule. Yeah. So it looks like this. So currently we have 51,066 at the bachelor's in 0, the top left-hand cell. So typically, if we were to move just a $4,000 increase, those would move to 55,066. So in lieu of doing that, well, in addition to doing that, we would propose to move all 0 through 5 cells to 60,000. I spoke with the director of finance at the State Department of Education last week and said, do we need to demonstrate graduated cells and just to start a teacher at step 5? And she said, no, the only requirement from the State Department of Education is that you pay at or more than the state's minimum salary schedule. And their minimum salary schedule, I believe, is $46,500 or $47,500. So as long as we pay more than them or the same or more than them, we are fine with the schedule. So I showed her actually Charleston County School District's schedule, which showed a 61, 62, 63 in each of those cells, but they're starting their teachers at 5. I think, and with working in conjunction with Human Resources, it's more appropriate if we actually indicate in our software system that they are step 0 and that they will continue to receive those steps. They will get so there won't be a step increase, necessarily a dollar amount of a step increase through those years, but they would be subject to any cost of living increase like the 4,000 or the 1,500 or whatever amount, or 3% if we go back to a percentage base. So they would still be eligible for a cost of living increase, just not the step increase until they exceed step 5.
Questions? Ms. Frazier?
This is amazing. And I left in 2019. And when I stopped teaching, I think my take home pay was like $1,600 every other paycheck. So, you might want to mail this out to teachers that left the district.
Ms. Frazier, I'm higher.
I'm reading this and I'm like, y'all might have to start electing someone to District 9 because I don't know if I can focus anymore today after seeing this pay scale. I'm trying to be professional, but this is, wow. Because leaving work and going and clocking in at Kroger or Walmart 5 days a week what I had to do to take care of my 2 kids. And for teachers not to do that anymore is really making me emotional. Because this is amazing. Really. That's
Mr. Nay?
So I just want to be transparent here since we're in public forum. A teacher with 0 experience will be hired at 60,000 and change, 60,087, and will not receive a pay-based increase for 6 years.
Except for any cost of living
Except for cost of
increases
living.
that would be provided,
Now, I
which
understand
we
that-
provide every year.
I understand that this is I guess, a model that is being picked up by other districts across the state also. So are we still competitive in that fashion if we're not giving our teachers pay raises for the first 5 years?
I would say yes, because at the moment with the surrounding counties, I don't know what they're going to do this year, but compensation wise regionally, that still keeps, but we're still ahead. And as Ms. Crosby said, it's still subject to any cost of living increase that we give, right?
Yes.
In subsequent years, right? So somebody who is at step 0, 60,087, work the full year. The following year, whatever we give in cost of living increase would be added to that 60,087. So they'll move up a step to step 1, and their salary would be 60,087 plus cost of living increase.
And any increase is mandated by the state also, right?
The increase is mandated on the state schedule. So if we're above the state schedule, technically we don't have to increase, but we have almost always in my history with the school district, almost always provided at least the minimum increase that the state provides and funded it locally if generally it's funded locally. So if they were to increase, for example, the state is increasing $1,500, funding an increase of $1,500 this year. Based on the work that I've done, I would put in a $1,500 increase at a minimum for cost of living for teachers. That number in past years was a percentage, so it might have been 2% or 3%. But the State Department realized that the trouble with keeping teachers is in the 0 to 5 year range. And so boosting that number by a flat amount, such as 1,500 or 2,000 or whatever the number may be, brings up a larger percentage than a 2 or 3%. And the trouble is not necessarily keeping the most senior teachers who are close to their retirement age. So they may be receiving a smaller percentage of cost of living as opposed to the younger teachers who are having a smaller salary. So that's the reason for changing over, the state changing to a flat rate like that. But I would say that, we typically go along with the minimum, at least the minimum. If we can afford more, we will do that. I'm not aware of any other districts currently that are doing this consolidation other than Charleston. But I spoke with Dorchester 2 yesterday. They are trying to do at least 2,000. But they are a very, very lean district and they are typically not ranked in the top 5 or even the top 10 of teacher salaries in the state. They struggle trying to compete with Charleston and Berkeley in that area. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Boatwright?
You kind of answered my question because I do think that consolidating the top 5, I'm not sure how that would affect, because I know one of the big hurdles is the percentage of people that drop out in the first 5 years. And I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but I know that's been is that going to be an issue?
About 50% of teachers entering the profession nationwide drop out by the fifth year. About 50% of any cohort drop out by the 5th.
So that's why I'm just wondering if, and I'm for this, and I think it's creative, and it's not my decision. It's not something I know about, but I'm just, because I've heard that all along, that getting teachers to the 6th year is a big milestone. So I was just wondering how that was going to factor in.
so
Ms. Frazier?
speaking as a past teacher, the pay increase will attract the teachers, but to get past that 5 years, it's a lot more things, dealing with classrooms, dealing with parents. It takes a lot more for a teacher to say, hey, I have the grit to stick it out. But to increase it will be like, oh, this is something maybe I can do. And it brings them into the classroom, but it takes a whole lot to keep you there. Right.
And if you don't mind, I don't want to get into a bag, but I appreciate that. I think you're right. My parents were teachers, so that's all I know about teacher salary is from my parents. But I do wonder, because we've hired some young people where I work, and when they, you start off at 60, and one of the things is like you just have these incremental moves up, where if you start in as a PA or as a nurse, you're making bigger jumps, and all of a sudden you look around at 6 years and your friends in finance are double your salary. So I'm just saying, like, I wonder if there's anything we can do to, I don't know. It just seems like in other words, if we try this model, I would pay attention to how that impacts first, second, third year teachers, and if there's anything else we need to do.
Mr. Smith?
My question is, well, I like this, but my question is, I'm in the results section right now. And in the results, what results have we been given to move this? Because it's good to be in the top. Everyone wants to be Michael Jordan. Everyone wants to win. But in the winning section, we must have results. And what are you saying, Mr. Smith? Well, we've said that we've moved it for a couple of years, and we're competing with the top 5. In terms of that, what has been the return on our investment? Because it's more than teachers who are making this wheel go around. You have bus drivers, you have teachers' assistants, you have other things, and we just can't take up. We can't take one side of the business up, and then we're lacking in the other side. So at some point, it's going to have to be a unilateral move to where we're elevating everyone, and because everyone is contributing to the bottom line. So I too come from actually my mother was a teacher assistant. So I look I look deeper into the buildup, into the results section, into what we're bringing as a whole, because that's very valuable. So what bang are we getting for our buck? Because it's one thing to pay you, but then there's another thing to get results. And I think our constituents and the people out there who are going to be paying these bills, they want to know, okay, well, you keep taking them up. What are we getting for it? That's my question. I don't want to get excited before I understand that.
Pastor Gordon?
One of the things that been on my mind, and this is awesome, teachers, we always need to be looking out for them. But bringing up the salary to where we're trying to get it, what does that do? Would there be a conflict between administration, like assistant principals and principals, when it comes to this salary?
So we have a number of other slides that talking about compensation, and we're going to talk about classified, administrative, and other professional groups as well.
Okay.
And there are increases in this budget for them as well. We just haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. I'm like Ms. Frazier. I'm sitting here saying, wow. I remember I started out here in this district as the secretary to, and I made more than the first year, which is why I took the job. And then later on, I switched to teaching. But here is another point that those of us who are sitting here haven't been in the classroom. Your first year teachers who are coming from Ohio, Arizona, wherever, they would come here and take that $36,000 salary, teach until 2:45, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, leave our school district and go to Costco or Walmart or some restaurant to make ends meet. So you have a kid who's worked from 7:30 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon. Now they're reporting to another job from 4 to 10. And then they're getting home, grading papers, probably falling asleep about 1 o'clock. And they got to be back up at 6, head back to our school district. This is the main job. And I saw that a lot. And I know that was one of the reasons that we started looking at increasing salary of our teachers. Because at that 5-year mark, those teachers were no longer here in Beaufort County. They're working 2 jobs, some of them 3, and they got roommates. So if our goal is to teach our children, have the best teachers possible, then I believe that this is the right way to go. 60,000 a year, beginning salary for teachers, a 24-year-old teacher. That's awesome, people. That is awesome. And it doesn't, I'm not saying that the bus driver and the classroom assistants does not matter. They do. And we'll be looking at that. But the child who's impacting that child the most in the classroom every day is your teacher. Some of our teachers now, I think some of our schools, they're like 11 teachers in the whole. We don't have them. We don't have them. Why? We're not paying? No, because nationwide, kids don't want to teach. It's not paying them enough. When I looked at retiring, I had to look at my last 3 years to make sure that I had enough money to retire. So if we can help them along the way, I think this is magnificent. And I'm quite sure teachers are jumping up and down because it will impact them. So let's not forget, this is not just because we have money to throw around. But if we do, we're putting it in the right places, because if we don't have teachers to teach, kids will stay home and we'll be teaching them virtually. Seriously. So I love this. And I want to see more, and I want us to do more financially for our teachers. And if we find an extra dime, let's give it to them. So that's all I have to say. This is magnificent. And I don't worry about Charleston. Happy for them.
Mm-hmm.
They see the need.
They're raising the bar.
Pardon me?
They're raising the bar across the state.
They're raising the bar.
And
just like
we were the starter. We were began that effort, I think, a few years ago, and led that effort. And it really brought the attention across the whole state to raising teacher salaries. And I think that we were the leaders in that, I believe. Charleston jumped on board as well. Charleston is one of the wealthiest counties in terms of property values in the state. So they have the means to be able to do this.
So I applaud you.
Mm-hmm.
I applaud you and your team for bringing this to our attention. But I like to be on this bandwagon. Pay our teachers, our administrators, educators along the way. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'd like to just talk a little labor economics. And labor economics is based on supply and demand. And supply of teachers is down considerably. And I believe Dr. Rodriguez has told us about the enrollment in the schools of education in this state are down significantly. So when you have a difference in supply and demand, you have to increase demand by increasing compensation. What I've seen in 6 years on this board is I've seen teachers talking to me and telling me about their second job. I had 2 teachers in May River High School tell me they live in Jasper County because they can't afford to live in Beaufort County, so they have to commute. The one teacher said, I have $61 in my checking account, and I have 1 week before I get paid again. And I'm not sure how I'm going to get my kids and myself through it for the next week. That's a high school teacher. Now, my grandson just is going to graduate from Clemson in 2 weeks. He's get his bachelor's degree, civil engineer. He got a job with a firm in Charleston, making $75,000 a year. Found an apartment better than anything in this county at a price range of $1,500 a month. What we get, and I see from our young teachers that come here out of college, come from Ohio State or wherever, they come here because of the beauty and the recruiting effort that we do. When they get here, they get in the classroom, it's a cultural change for them. They're struggling to learn about our culture and our county. And where do they go on the weekends? What is there in Beaufort County for a 22-year-old single girl, boy teacher? They go to Savannah. Savannah's closer, and there's some venues there for them. But they go to Charleston. They go to Charleston every weekend. And so they will look at and say, how much is it worth for me to stay here? I may like it. I may like living here more. It's not as crowded and everything else. But if I spend every weekend in Charleston, and they're paying that much more, we're in a competitive market. We have to compete. And that's something that this does. It allows us to compete. We're not going to be able to match Charleston. We don't have the resources, Charleston, but we have to be close to Charleston. And we certainly have to be better than Greenville and so on, you know. So this is a great step in the right direction. I'll also tell you, this is very much like the military. Military, we start out as a second lieutenant and we get second lieutenant pay till we get promoted. And then we get first lieutenant pay until we get promoted. So this, for the first 5 years, you start out as a teacher at a high salary, but then it's your 6th year, boom, get in the next step. And that's very similar to what we do in the military, in the promotion system. So my compliments. This is the right way to go. Any other?
Yeah, I'd like to comment.
Carlton?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, I'd like to comment it. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Go ahead.
good. Okay, there's a delay. So
We can hear you.
all right, good. Okay, good. Okay, there's a delay. So I don't want to sound like the Grinch, but there are a couple of things I think should occur. The Grinch, but there are a couple of things I think should occur before we actually take this immediate step. And I would suggest that we let me just add a few things. One, the number one reason that people leave a job is the interface between them and their supervisor. And I think there's an opportunity for us to look at a couple of data points. One, out of the open positions that we have each year, what is the percentage that are filled? And that will tell us how effective we are in closing that gap.
What is the percentage that are filled? And that will tell us how effective we are in closing that gap.
The second thing is to look at the turnover hotspots. When you're managing
The
multi-units.
second thing is to look at the turnover hotspots. When you're managing multi-units, especially across the areas.
You can a lot of times identify that there are a few areas that are creating the majority of the negative impact on
there are a few areas that are creating the majority of the negative impact on them.
So if we analyze what's happening by unit and area and job category,
what's happening by unit and area and job category,
then we may identify some successful mechanisms that those units that have low turnover
then we may
can be
identify some
replicated.
successful mechanisms that those units that have low turnover can be replicated.
And I think that will give us justification. So I'd like to add a couple of things that are really
And I think that will
relevant.
give us justification. So I'd like to add a couple of things that are really relevant.
So one is the South Carolina Department of Education has been tasked with a 25% reduction in their
Education has been
work-
tasked
their
with a 25% reduction in their
operating expense. So
operating expense.
the other thing that we heard in our meeting with Superintendent Weaver.
The other thing that we heard in our meeting with Superintendent Weaver
is that they really are going to be looking at the percentage of our expenses that are allocated to leadership.
Looking at the percentage of our expenses that are allocated to leadership.
So when you look at the national and global economy, it seems like we're entering a very turbulent time.
The national and global economy, it seems like we're entering a very turbulent time.
And so this is going to result in it, and I don't have the graph in front of me. 4.3 mil
This is going to result in it, and I don't have the graph in front of me. 4.3 mil increase.
And I think that politically, in terms of what's happening, I will suggest a couple of interim steps.
In terms of what's happening, I will suggest a couple of interim steps.
For example, collapsing the first three levels of the salary wage.
For example, collapsing the first three levels of the salary wage this year.
And then the remaining two next year.
And then the remaining two next year.
I also would suggest that we take a look at delaying by a year the addition of items 29 and 30.
By a year, the addition of items 29 and 30.
And I think that will give us cover politically so that we are not only just moving the salary up.
Politically, so that we are not only just moving the salary up,
but we are being fiscally prudent in a time when I think that bears a lot.
But we are being fiscally prudent in a time when I think that bears a lot.
Okay, so it's kind of a lot of reverb here and delay, so I'm going to stop there, but hopefully you catch them.
Okay, so it's kind of a lot of reverb here and delay, so I'm going to stop there, but hopefully you catch them.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other comments? Then let's go on.
Okay, yes. All right. So on the next slide, the salary increase, teacher salary increases, the costs. So that would be, I don't have the slide number on mine. That's the one. So the cost of the $4,000 increase to teacher salaries, it's about $2 million, a little over $2 million per thousand. So 9.4 million would be the total of the teacher salary increase. The step increase, in addition to that, would be 2.7 million. That was the annual step increase that is required. So consolidating step 0 to 5 will cost $1.2 million. So that's a relatively minimal cost compared to with a huge impact compared to a teacher salary increase, because there's a smaller number of people in those 0 to 5 steps. So I think it was about 338 teachers would be considered in those categories, and in addition to any new ones coming on board. We're also proposing to, in the last several years, we have moved from our max step. We began in 2019, 2020, and when Dr. Rodriguez came on board, we were at a max step of 24 steps. So the retirement age, eligibility age is 28 years. So our goal was to move to 28. What we're seeing across the state is that many other school districts are at 40, 36 years, well above our step range. So we made a concerted effort to move forward one step at a time each year. Each step cost about $200,000. And so in efforts to boost an additional, to even bring our most veteran teachers in, hold on to them for one more year. We're proposing to do 2 steps this year to move us from 28 years of experience to 30. So again, that would provide an incentive to our most veteran teachers, and it may have the potential for holding those folks for one additional year before their plans for retirement. Again, the max steps affects about 180 employees, and those at the 29th year going to 30 is about 144 of those. So 80% of the people in the 28-year plus category are already at 29 or more. So it would affect that group and has a potential of impacting 144 employees there. So that could potentially provide us some additional relief holding on to some of our potential upcoming retirees just a little longer. So salary slippage is something that we did not take in the current year budget, and we are showing some savings in salaries this year. So I thought it was very important to make sure that we provide at least a minimal level of slippage. So what I did was take the total teacher salaries, and we determined that about 1.5% would be a reasonable number. So we believe that we can have at least $3 million in slippage to help offset the cost of teacher salaries. This would be salary slippage for all other employees as well. So if someone started mid-year, there would be slippage. If they left early during the year, and that sort of thing. So there's a lot of different ways that can be experienced, but rather than it's not just a full year of vacancy. So this will help to offset that cost and make that budget more closely aligned to the actuals that we will experience at the end of the year. So the total proposed salary increases here are $10.5 million. On the next slide, we have other compensation increases. This would be for classified, professional, and administrative employees. We're currently proposing a 3% cost of living increase. This is the same as we proposed in the current year. That would reflect the same amount as current year. So in this category of employees, each 1% costs about $1 million. So it's right at 2.9 million here. So each 1% again is 1 million. The annual step increase costs about 1.7 million for this category. So the administrators would be your principals, your assistant principals, your administrators at the district office. Professional staff would be nurses, I believe social workers, and that category, I believe OTs and PTs, occupational therapists, physical therapists are in that category. And then classified will be all other staff. So again, increasing max step from 28 to 30, it makes it much more efficient if we're aligning that highest step with our certified staff. So we're proposing, and this group of employees, we have about 2,000 teachers. We have about 1,000 of this group employees. So about a 2/3, 1/3 split. So the cost is about $100,000. Annual step increase on the screen. It is, I have 13, I believe, 13. And then we have a couple of reductions, areas that were over budgeted in the current year. Sick leave payouts, additional class pay, and summer learning. We had budgeted a little higher than that it looks like it's coming in at. Our actuals are coming in, so we're able to reduce that budget. Workers' comp is really up and down depending on the claims that we're experiencing from year to year. So I think we must have had a bad year in the previous year. We raised the budget and we realized that this year we need to bring that back down. So we have some savings there that we're able to bring down to reflect actual spending patterns. So this category will net at $3.7 million. All right, so this one may need to refer to the next slide. Where I'm going to refer some to the handouts. So the handouts, we have a summary of increases and decreases, really more narrative behind these line items. So on page 3 of the handout, I'm going to reference school staffing and support allocations. So the first line is support. The 4.9 million refers to bringing the ESS or the full-time teaching assistant positions back in-house. And I'm going to refer down to the contracted support staff of a negative 3 million. Those two things are shifting staff from a service to a salary and benefit category. The net of the two is about $1.9 million, and that would reflect the benefits, including health insurance and retirement benefits. So those two categories really go together. The next category is support for supplemental positions, and those are mental health services, tutoring, summer arts program, crisis prevention, cultural events, childcare, virtual school programs. So that 1.167 is for a variety of supplemental programs that we have to support students. And then support for academic programs are additional positions that I mentioned earlier in the academics priority slide. So they relate to science, fine and performing arts, CTE workforce development, AI, and expansion of the TIDES program. And then the net decrease, so let's see. There's a net decrease to certified staffing of 6.5 million. So let me back up a little and give some history on this. So following the pandemic, we have a staffing formula for the school district. A few years ago, we developed a weighted staffing formula. And so I have the staffing formulas in the handout as well, one for each grade level, elementary, middle, high, and a pre-K 8. What I don't have for you back there, and I'm going to bring before you the next budget meeting, is the weighted staffing model. So we weight schools based on the highest poverty. So if you have a high level of poverty or a very high level of poverty, you get a lower class size in certain grade levels. And so when we apply the enrollment numbers to our budget, we apply that to a staffing model. We then determine how many classroom teachers a school is eligible for. Following the pandemic, although we fell in enrollment right immediately following the pandemic, we held, not at the same level, but we did reduce teachers based on the corresponding formula, but not to the full extent of the formula. But we needed to produce some results, recovery of the learning loss. And so we didn't adhere strictly to the formula. So we left that left positions so that the class sizes were smaller than they would normally be if we were to have applied the formula. So we've gradually scaled back positions over the last few years, but this year we adhered strictly to the formula. The weighted staffing formula provides a lower result for the higher poverty schools as far as in terms of class size. But it also, by strictly doing that, we reduced the number of total teaching positions. So our staffing formulas can be found in those handouts, and then we will bring that May 6th weighted staffing formula to you. So this decrease, in addition to applying our intervention teachers to a formula as well, resulted in a decrease of $6.5 million. And so that cost will offset and assist the district with being able to fund the teacher salary increase. All right, the next slide is operational expenditures. So this is primarily the custodial maintenance and grounds contracts. We do expect about a $4 million increase in those contractual areas. We have a new contract in the current school year for custodial, and we're currently out for bid on the maintenance contract. And based on our analysis with the operations committee, we are expecting a pretty significant increase there. But also we're also expecting a significant increase in the level of service as well. Security, this is a relatively minimal cost considering this budget. However, we do expect that we will be we are anticipating funding for the 3 remaining SR school resource officers to be funded from the state, which would produce a savings in our budget. So it would allow us some savings in the security guards that we're purchasing right now. So we have 3 early childhood centers that have security guards, but not school resource officer. And those locations would be eligible for state funding. Yes, sir. Sorry.
I do have a concern there in terms of understanding what came from the governor's desk a couple of weeks ago that the state did not fund it. They were no longer funding some of the security the security or SROs. So my question is, if we're planning on it, and he was asking us to ask our local legislators to give them the funding, then I'm not sure if it would be. But one is concerning. It would be prudent for us not to think that we may get a relief when we possibly may not even get a relief. And my question would be, do we know where we are as a district on that in terms of that matter?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I thought what I saw the other day, and I mean 1 or 2 days ago, was that the Senate side of the budget was looking at increasing the compensation for SROs, not the that was what I thought was coming from their side, and I think the House and the Senate still have to now work out whatever differences might be that might exist in there. But I'm going to look for that because I haven't seen anything about that. You're saying they're cutting it.
Yeah, South Carolina School faces potential loss and nearly 200 SROs in funding, and Governor Henry McMaster put out a statement. So so to me that's.
Do you know what date that was?
Yeah, on this one here it says Monday, March 10th, 2025.
Yeah, that may have been part of the initial back and forth. I will look into it to find out to make sure that we're covered in that area.
Yeah, because that definitely is concerning, and I would hate for us to move forward and we're thinking that we're going to get a relief, and then we're hit with yet another bill. So I would definitely want to make sure that we have our I's crossed and our dots crossed and our I's dotted. So yeah, that's definitely a concern. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I made a comment on that in the,
So this category, we're expecting a projected
Chair, I made a
cost of
comment
4
on
million.
that.
She made a comment on, he made
Go
a
ahead.
comment on the chat.
Okay. Chat up, please.
This displays one of our challenges is that the state is not finished with their budget. Therefore, we're tasked with building a budget without solid final information from the state. So that's one of our challenges every year.
I mean,
But it's a constantly changing, and we still have until May 20th to make to get final votes. So we can make some alterations if we need to, based on new information in the future.
I mean, and I do agree. I do agree. I do I do understand that, but kudos are to the governor, because he did jump out in front of this and put it out there so that people are knowing. And I think that knowing that what could potentially happen, and being good stewards, and understanding that this is something that could possibly happen, and making sure that we are. That we are anticipating, just in case that they don't happen, that we are prepared for it. I think it just shows good diligent work.
And Mr. Smith, this is just one of many air bills that are out there that could happen and change, could, be voted on and passed and have a lack of funding or nominal funding for the school districts. There is at least one other that I have my eye on, and that's paid parental leave. That came with no funding a couple of years ago, and they're proposing to expand it, double the services and the days that are available, which would double the spending for the school district. We're still watching that one very closely, so there are going to be a few bills that could have an impact on us, and we'll keep monitoring that.
Thank you. I'm sure there will, and other things will occur as we move forward. This is my 7th year in this, so yeah, I've seen that for me with that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the next slide is other operational increases, slide 16. And that has to do with utilities, water, energy. So those categories, we do expect an increase of about $550,000. Supplies and materials. I believe trash disposal may be in that category as well, which we just went out for bid, excuse me. And have some new vendors on the trash disposal area as well. Supplies and materials, district-wide, $457,000. Technology, equipment, and software, $138,000. Property and athletic insurance. This is a line item that is netted against the rebate that SCISBID is providing of $200,000. So instead of a $29,000 increase, we are projecting only $29,000 because of this potential rebate, or it's not a potential, it's going to be a rebate on our premiums in the 25-26 school year. And then we did see some savings in our capital leases. Our auditors were following a governmental accounting standard and believed that we had certain leases that were eligible for recording as a capital lease, and we had to budget for those. When we changed auditors or changed teams, the new team said those particular subscriptions that we were recording did not qualify as a capital lease, so we no longer needed to budget this line item. It was not a cash transaction. It was not a purchase. These are just an accounting entry. So we were able to have some savings in that line item because we no longer have to book that entry at year end, $350,000. So the net of these effects are $825,000. And then lastly, in the categories, these are other increases and decreases. Well, these are just increases, actually. So 2 categories I always display. Riverview Charter School, we're expecting $525,000. And Beaufort Jasper ACE, our allocation, which is 2/3 of the school's costs, operating costs, would be 212. So let me mention Riverview. So we have some new, as of 2 days ago, we received new tax collection information that for the month of March. Riverview's allocation for next school year is based on the current school year's tax revenue. So as it changes, the allocation for Riverview changes. And our latest projections or our latest tax collections are demonstrating that we are no longer a little ahead of the game as far as revenues. We believe we were going to come about 2 million over. Well, now we're closer to breaking even. So these projections for Riverview are based on what we believe to be a $2 million favorable variance. So this number is going to come down just slightly. So we have not given Riverview their budget yet because I was afraid this might happen. I didn't want to overstate their revenue and then they base their budget for next school year on an inflated number and then have to lower it. So we have now we are aligned basically on the mark with exactly what we budgeted for the current year's tax revenues, and we will update their budget report and provide to them by Monday. So it's going to be slightly lower number of an increase than this, but I don't anticipate it being significant in any way. So that's, and I'll be in touch with Dr. Singleton to provide that early next week. And in grand total, these are just all the main categories, as you can see there. Basically, the main points of this slide is that our current year's approved expenditures are $359.2 million. This would move us to a $377 million budget. It's about a 5.6% increase, and 80% of the budget increases in this proposal are for employee compensation increases. So again, I want to reiterate, I know there's been a lot of conversation about the salary increases, but these are proposed at this time. We do have some time to go. We have some discussion to be held, some things to analyze, and some new information to receive. So we still have until May 20th to make a final decision. So again, these are proposed. Would you like a pause there, or shall I move right into revenues?
Pause.
Okay. Just a few more slides left, shouldn't take long. So in the proposed revenues, and as is almost always the case, is 2/3 of our revenue are local tax revenue. Due to the index of tax-paying ability, the high property values in Beaufort County, we receive a lower proportionate share of state funding than most school districts in the state. So 36% is state revenue, represents state revenue, and then a tiny fraction is federal in this category. There are federal revenues in other special revenue sources, but in this category is impact aid and E-rate, which is less than $1 million. It's about $600,000. So that gives you a perspective on sort of where money comes from, the bulk of it being local tax revenue. So on the next slide is our historic value of the mill. The mill value is probably the most important factor in our budget. The value of each operating mill determines how much local tax revenue we receive, and local tax revenue is 66% of our budget. So that is really critical to the calculations of what we can afford to do and how we pay for the expenditures in this budget. So a couple things I just want to draw to your attention. I know this is a lot of numbers, but I think the history is important. There were 2 reassessment years in here, 2019 and 2023. So the fiscal years after, those are tax years. So the fiscal years following that are affected, and there are growth patterns. You will see the mill rate, for example, will fluctuate in 2019 because of rollback millage. And then again in 2024, from 23 to 24, we went down 4 mills there. We actually rolled back 8.2 mills, but then added 4.4. So the net, it was a 4 mill decrease. So when you see major fluctuations like that, they are reassessment years where the tax revenue, the millage is rolled back to generate the same level of taxes and not have a tax windfall. So the mill rate fluctuation is important. The growth rates are almost more important. As you can see, for many, many years, our growth rates were in the 1% to 4% range. Look at 2023. We jumped in 2023 to 7.2% growth factor. That was totally unprecedented. But then it was even more unprecedented. It doubled the next year, 2024. So none of us could have expected the value of the mill to go up so much. And that is the rationale behind rolling back the millage. We were generating more as with the mill rate, with the mill values that we were. So we moved from a 1.5 mill value to a 1.6 million or 7 million mill value. So it's beginning to come back down. We're looking at more of a 7%, 7.5% mill value growth this year, in the current year. But we are expecting it to fall back. We think that has peaked at 14%, is going to be falling back. So we are, I really fought and battled with the growth factor. That is critically important, though. That determines how much revenue we're going to get in the current year and next year. So I went sort of middle of the road, not too conservative and not too liberal on the factor, and I'm comfortable with a 3.7% rate. All right, so we'll move on to the next slide. This is historical millage rates, and it's just a graphic representation of what you saw on the last page. And you'll see the dips and the jumps. The dips are reassessment years in 2019 and then 2024. In 2019, we actually had a $9.2 million shortfall because the mill value was estimated too high. In the following year, we had no choice but to use all of our available millage that was banked and current and had to replace that millage and move it by 9.2 mills to that next year. We also asked for replacement of the $9 million, which was ultimately denied by county council. So we had to build our fund balance back up. So it was a $9.2 million use of fund balance that year, which I don't ever want to have to manage that again. And we have managed to replace that and build it throughout the years. So between the 2020-21 year, we went to a more simplified model to calculate the mill value, and that is to base it on collections and the actual cash in the bank that we have, and not a calculation that has exemptions and deletions and rebates and all these other variables. We just take a simplified variable, and it's been more favorable outcome for our school district by doing that. So the proposal is, so you can see we raised 4 mills in the 22 to 23 range. Then we rolled back in 2024, 8 mills, and then added 4 there. So we have a pattern of raising about 4 mills multiple times throughout this time span. On the next slide, yes, sir.
Go back to that slide, please. Okay, you take a look at this slide and you see you had the same millage rate for basically 2 years, 21.8. Okay. I took a look, I just ran the US inflation numbers. County inflation during this period was higher than the US rate, but I'm just going to give you the US rate of inflation for those 2 years. The year before last, the inflation rate nationally was 4.1%. Year to date, today, right now, the US inflation rate is 2.4%. But inflation builds. You have 4.1% one year, and you have 2.9%, 2.4% the next year. You get 6.5% inflation. And we're looking at increasing our millage, which brings in our revenue at 3.7%. Anytime you get behind inflation rate, you have to catch up eventually. And so when I see this 3.7 having looked at a 6.5 increase percent in that time period, we are under that. So I want to make sure people understand that we are not funding above inflation rate in our total budget, our total actually for our revenues that we're asking for. So that's an important piece to understand about this, is what is the millage rate and what is the inflation rate? Because taxpayers understand inflation, and taxpayers understand that they're paying more for housing, they're paying more for groceries, they're paying more for utilities. Well, so are we. But if you let it stay stable for 2, 3, 4 years, then you have to make a huge jump. And that's when we get, as elected officials, in trouble. So it's better to go up gradually, stay at or just under the inflation rate in a strategic budget planning.
So on that topic, actually, Ms. Phillips in my office, one of my team members actually is very in tune with inflation and CPI, those factors, and this morning provided me with an inflation chart that says exactly what you're talking about. So as we're building cost of living increases and the percentages, we're looking at that inflation rate to hopefully stay at or slightly above that rate, so that we are able to, one, to justify it, but actually to compensate our employees at a level that helps to keep pace with that rate. So that's my handout right there. So, okay, let's just one last slide on the local tax revenue. So this kind of reflects what I was mentioning by simplifying the calculations. This basically shows the budget for local tax revenue, the actuals for the last 4 years, and what our variance was. So this shows that in FY22, by calculating it the way we did, we had a $4.89 million positive variance. So we came above revenue. The next year was 8. And these grew with the levels of the growth factor of the millage. So in FY23, when we had a 7% growth factor, we came above at 8.2 million. In FY24, we had a 14% growth factor in mill value, which we were not expecting, 12.8 million. We ultimately ended up moving money to some excess funds to a capital projects fund last year, which were those dollars. And then this year we're expecting, well, this report was written a week ago, does not reflect the 2-day ago version from the tax office, so the treasurer's office. We are expecting even less of a variance of tax revenue. We do expect a positive number, but it may not be as large as 2.6 million. So we're getting closer to that number as we were able to predict the growth factor a little more accurately. And then the total proposed revenues on the next slide show that the current mill rate at 121.8 mills will generate 233 million. We actually have a slight reduction in state revenue in the general fund. So even though the state is moving up $1,500, we're seeing less state revenue as a result of the enrollment declines and any other factors that the state is building into their calculation. Federal revenue, I mentioned earlier, 620,000. But in order to fund this budget, we need a 4.3 mil increase. Each mill is valued at just under $2 million, so 2,468 makes sense. So 8.2 million is the additional funding needed in order to fund this proposed budget. And what impact would that have on the taxpayer? So we provided primary home, secondary home, and a vehicle. So I just went on Zillow, looked up average property in Beaufort County as a whole. So this averages Hilton Head all the way to St. Helena, Sheldon area. 543,000 was just an estimate that was provided. So I went with that. If you are a primary home, you have a 4% assessment ratio. With a 4.3 mil increase, you will have zero impact on your primary home because we don't pay school operations taxes on our primary home. A secondary home would have 6% ratio, would be at a 4.3 mil increase, would be $140. And that is an annual number. Is that right, Ms. Phillips? That per year? Yes. Yeah, it says it right there. Additional tax per year. Vehicles, just estimated 50,000 at a 6% ratio would be $13 per year. And then finally,
Before you
Yes, sir.
go, I'd like to put this into perspective. So the landlord's paying the taxes for our operational revenue, landlords and businesses. So at this house, secondary home, at $140 a year, that means that the landlord would have to raise rent $11 a month. He's covering that. So that is, when I hear landlords tell me about, well, you're raising rent and bringing people out of affordable housing. I say, yes, if you raise $11, it's going to hurt them a little bit, but I'll bet you raise it $20. So $11 is not something a month that is going to cause anybody to have to go to the bank and get a loan. So it's a minimal impact. It is an impact, but it's a minimal impact.
And this budget is a balanced budget. So with the additional millage proposed, the expenditures would match the revenues, which is required by a board policy. It would be 126.1 mils. We are showing, I am predicting about a $4 million increase in fund balance this year to stay at the 20% ratio. However, a balanced budget will will lower the fund balance slightly to 19% of the following year's expenditures, but we do expect to outperform the budget as we typically want a slight savings in the budget, and that will recover to a 20% ratio, which is our goal, to maintain that ratio so that our credit rating remains strong. We actually got a credit rating, a draft of our credit rating report because we're getting ready to go out for referendum bonds. So that report came in yesterday. So it's critical that as we are issuing bonds for referendum purposes, and it's a $139 million bond, that we are maintaining that ratio of 20%. And they understand that the balanced budget doesn't really reflect that, but that we have a history of outperforming that to bring it back at or above the 20%. And that would be at 72 days of operations. And I believe our recent proposal to slightly modify the fund balance policy that will be coming forward to the board, I believe, on the next board meeting, coming out of Finance Committee, is proposing a new fund balance policy that's no less than 60 days of operations, or 2 months. So you want to be able to survive and pay the bills for at least 2 months with the fund balance if there were to be a catastrophic event of any kind of financial event that might affect that fund balance. So our budget recommendation today is $376,980,000. And we propose to have a certified budget by May 20th. We still do have 2 community forums next week at Beaufort High and Bluffton High, I believe it is. We'll make sure that it's on the calendar for you if you'd like to attend. And finally, the adoption schedule. What else is left? We do have one more budget discussion on May 6th, so we'll be preparing for that along with those budget forums. But and then we're going to do a first glance with County Council of the budget, a preliminary budget on May 19th. They know that it will not be a certified budget when we come to them. And then hopefully certify the next night on the 20th, and then we'll begin our 3 readings with County Council. So we do still have we have a budget website called or an email address, budget.k12.sc.us. So if there are any questions or comments or any opportunities for recommendations for items in the budget, those can be emailed to our staff, and a team of our people receive those. And I want to recognize my staff. They've worked very hard. We had Miss Hamlin went back home to West Georgia, so she's no longer with the budget team. And so we've really picked up and come together. And Mr. Ackerman, Katie Abar, and Ms. Phillips over here are the backbone behind all of this work, and I couldn't have done it without them. So I want to recognize them very quickly. But and that concludes my presentation.
Any questions, final questions, comments from Ms. Crosby? Vote right.
I got too much going on up here. Okay, so I had a couple of questions. One was, I noticed $620,000 under federal revenue.
Yes.
Does that include Title IX and E-rate and everything, or does that come through state?
Okay,
That seems really
so
low.
it is 2 things. It's impact aid and a portion of E-rate. So impact aid fluctuates anywhere between $25,000 and $75,000 a year. So that impact aid is money we receive from the federal government that we have to apply for, do surveys for, of federally impacted property and students in Beaufort County. So if a student lives on Laurel Bay and goes to Battery Creek High School, we get funding for a portion of that to be impacted on that. So it's a very small proportionate share. The other part of that, probably more like $500,000, is actually E-rate, but it's not all of E-rate. So so there's 2 sources of funds where we have eligible for E-rate. The telecom services, I wish Mark was here, he could explain it a little better. Telecom services are reimbursable, and that is paid for through the general fund and reimbursed into the general fund. So federal impact aid in the general fund is coming from reimbursements from that, what we spend out of the general fund. When there is infrastructure, wiring, wireless access points, things that are also eligible for that are more larger technology items, we pay for it with 8%, and those come back into capital projects funds. So the bulk of our E-rate funds come back in, and we put it in a separate fund, and then we utilize that to help offset the costs of the purchases going forward.
I guess what I'm driving at is we get my money from Title I, right?
Title I, IDEA, all of those funds are in special revenue funds.
Is that considered state funding then, when you have that little breakdown? And not, because the reason is obviously
it's not in this budget.
Okay.
It's not in this budget. There is a special revenue budget, and the next time we come forward, we're going to bring you a comprehensive budget and list every single fund we have and show you the amounts that we expect to receive for the next school year.
I guess what I'm driving at is, are we at risk? If we lose some funding, as is being discussed at the federal level, will that impact the budget? Because I don't see it in, you know what I mean? In other words, that type of thing.
Good question. So we believe it will not impact the 25-26 school year because the federal funding year has been approved already through September 30th. So that impacts the 25-26 school year. However, we do, I mentioned it last board meeting, I believe, but we moved last year $10 million of what we believed was going to be an addition to fund balance. We moved that and transferred it to capital projects. That can be moved back into the general fund by the board's discretion. So I treat that as part of our safety net for any federal reductions that we have. And we're going to have more that are eligible to be transferred to add to that this year as well, because we have savings in positions and benefits this year. So it could be as much as 5 to 7 million more in the current year that I will be bringing forward to you and saying, I think we need to move this to add to that. And we could have $15 million available to offset any major federal funding cuts.
I really admire that. That's why we have a great credit rating, because that's strategic thinking and we're not going to get caught. The other question I had as far as the budget, I had two questions about the budget. One is I need a little more information on the weighted the weighted pupil funding, not today, but when you bring it back, because I don't really understand that as well. But one thing that's always kind of raised my interest is our staffing formula, because we have a lot of exceptions to our staffing formula, particularly at the administrative level at schools. For example, Ladies Island Middle School should have 1 AP and they have 3. And I know I've talked to people, there are reasons to add different staffing levels. Is that already factored into the budget, or does that come in after the budget's approved?
It's already factored into the budget, so any changes we have in this budget are already reflected. So we've met with every single principal, have staffing calculations done that apply to this, to the formulas, the allocation formulas you see above on the screen, I'm sorry. So those have already been applied. And you're right that some schools have slightly different allocations based on a unique need of the school, and every school has unique needs, but it could have to do with the makeup of the building. It could have to do with discipline. It could be a temporary placement of some sort. So there are a lot of different factors into every school but we try to allocate as strictly to the formula as possible.
And my final quick question is the continuation of extended learning programs. It says grants were received to support this program. Mm-hmm. Is that for all the programs or just the ones south of the Broad? Are we still paying out of the general budget for the north of the Broad ones?
We are, Dr. Stratus, the after-school community partnerships, I know we're paying special revenue dollars to fund or grant dollars for those. Is that supporting both the whole county or just one area of the county?
Extended learning are supporting South of Bluffton Soup Kitchen, as well as our other programs north of the Broad. Right now, we only have one extended learning south of the Broad. The one site we had in Hilton Head chose not to participate.
Could you say in the microphone? I apologize. Thank you, so that people.
So it's supporting one site south of the Broad, the soup kitchen, and all others on the northern side of the river.
But they're all grant supported now.
Yes, all grant supported.
Thank you.
Ms. Gordon, put your hand
up. Ms. Crosby, thank you, you and your team. I remember the days when the board was giving each a 3-inch binder or all this information in it. Awesome. I appreciate you going over this with us. I have questions, which I will wait until next time. But listening to this and what we've come up with for presentation that goes before county council. If those of you who are listening are like me, I understand some budget stuff, but not enough to be a CPA like you. So I appreciate the graphs and the explanation, but I still have questions. Ms. Boatwright brought up about the Title IX and some of our schools get Title IX, not all of them, right? Is that my understanding? Is everyone a Title IX?
Title I applies to all of our schools, but I don't know of any specific funding that comes from Title IX, but definitely the other titles, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV. But I don't think any specific funding comes from Title IX. They're just regulations that require us to do certain things.
Because for some reason I thought we see some kind.
Mm-mm.
Thank you for that. See, I'm wrong already. But I appreciate it. But again, thank you for the presentation
Yes, ma'am.
and explaining how this works, how the millage is involved and how it impacts the community. So thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
Mr. Smith?
Here I'll just take a page out of one of my colleagues' books, the former Mr. Earl Campbell. It's amazing how, we pick and choose what things we want to address and when do we want to, as I say, get in the weeds, or when do we want to make it operational versus not being operational, like one of my colleagues just said about the fact that Leon Middle School have three administrators. Hell, I can say that's operational. Why are you worrying about that? So we have to be careful when we don't want to stop pointing or asking questions about different matrix or different decisions and choices that are being taken in this district. Because everyone who sits on this dais, who's elected, we got a right to ask questions. We do. So we can't pick and choose when it's convenient for us or when we want to make a point to somebody. When it's appropriate or when it's not appropriate to say what's operational or what's not operational. That's just FYI. I'm gonna move on, but I'm sure the people who need to hear this, they got the point. That's the first thing. The second thing is in terms of this budget, Mr. Dallas brought some different points that I kind of concur with and ditto. But one of my questions, one of my statements is that I'm still going to stand by is in the notion of results, because as it was just alluded in terms of programs and what bang we're getting for our buck. When all due respect, when they move from Ohio and God knows where else, they understand what they're coming into. Because we have people right here in Beaufort County who live here, born and raised here, who can't afford to live here. And so we're not really changing the financial ability for them as well. So we have to take that in we have to take that in consideration, because once again, we also do have staff members who leave this district office and who go to second jobs and who work because of the same things that we're saying that we want teachers to be able to not do. So that's more reason of the driving force of understanding what we're really getting, because we've been shown that we've been changing, we're bringing up the salaries. But in terms of the educational upon students in the classrooms, what does that look like? And I'm looking for that in some part of this presentation to be exposed in the driving force of just not saying that, hey, we want to realistically be in competition with the top five, because realistically. I'm not sure that's a total great selling point when I look at what's going on in the community in terms of the crime rate, the different living styles, because we do at some degree we have to take ownership of some of that stuff too. The same way we tell county council, we need them to create jobs and different things. We have to make sure it's our duty to make sure that our kids are being educated, and that we're giving them the best possible venue to get educated in, and that we're giving them the best people to educate them. So, respectfully, I understand that we want to be competitive, but I want to be competitive in the classrooms, number one. That's the number one safety and security in terms of education. the classrooms and making sure that our kids are able to get successful jobs, and that we are delivering a product where a kid can't go and compete anywhere in this country. So that's just some of the other things. And with that notion of having a elementary school to have 12 missing positions, 12 teachers that we didn't have this year. I think that as Mr. Dow said, and some other people said, I think there are other parts of it in terms of the building climate and some other things that goes in effect, and not just pay. So when we come forward and we bring this about, people not coming here about just pay. Now we have to discuss the whole child. I mean, not the whole child. We have to discuss the whole decision and what's the driving force of it. We just can't say, it's because of the pay. You pay me to deal with it? Because we have other school districts and we have other districts in this county that people are going to that are right here in Beaufort that paying less than we're paying. And they're dropping off and they're leaving. So reality and the realistic of things is that we have to face that. So all that's a part of discussing this budget. And when I say I'm looking at one school that don't have 12 people, it just can't be because we have to push the budget so that we can take the pay up on teachers. All that has to be addressed simultaneously moving forward so that we can understand what we're really getting when we're making these budget decisions. Because it's just not teachers. Once again, I say this: it's just not teachers who is bearing this burden. So it's the district as a whole. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Let's go on to the next. Thank you very much, Ms. Crosby.
Thank you.
Next item, Colonel Guyer, is strategic plan update and SRPs, and that's Dr. Stratos and her team.
Yeah, we're gonna switch out.
Let's take a 10-minute break before we start. Thank you.
this opportunity. What we're bringing forward to you today, what you should have in your possession, is a packet that identified as Beaufort County School District Strategic Plan and School Renewal Plan. This is an annual update. With me today is our Director of Accountability, Nicholas Flowers. I'm going to walk you through quickly as to what you have in front of you. If we go to the next page, to the table of contents, you'll see 4 components to this packet that's in front of you. Signature page, summary requirements, meaning the summary requirements by state regulation for our district strategic plan, as well as for our school renewal plans. And you'll have a copy of those updates. I'd like to take you to page 3 of your document. That is a signature page that will go to our chairman after the action is taken by you as a school board, if you're in agreement for the updates. If we go to page 4, I'd like to walk you to the executive summary. In the very top, it gives you and identifies to you the nature of strategic plans. I really do want to draw to your attention the graphic on the bottom. That is in relation to what you will see on the following page. What we're trying to do is pull together for our understanding that our district strategic plan is composed of academic achievement, preparing students for success, multilingual students' progress, school climate, student progress, graduation rate, college and career readiness, and high school student success. There are 4 goals that you will be provided updates for the district strategic plan today. At the district level, we are responsible for academic achievement, our graduation rate, school climate, and teacher quality. And let me correct myself, gifted and talented. With that, if you look at page 5, you've heard language in our system regarding our work for support, engagement, achievement, and stewardness. I'm going to bring Nicholas Flowers up at this point for him to walk you through these pillars, and then he'll walk you through the updates in our district plan, and we'll open the floor should you have any questions for our school renewal plans that are actually in your packet by Alpha, starting with Battery Creek all the way to our Well Branch cluster. So with that, Mr. Flowers.
Good morning. So when we look at that graphic, it's really kind of summarizing and encompassing everything that we're doing of having our comprehensive needs assessment, all of the data that is being collected. What's important to note is that the State Department requires that we bring them before the board by April 30th to submit to the state. But many of the data components that we use to monitor teacher retention and SC Ready EOC scores are just now starting to be collected or will be administered in the month of May. So many of the data points we are not able to report out on because we do not have the data collected in order to report out on those goals. So the comprehensive needs assessment will be updated as data comes in, and then that will drive then the 4 pillars with the strategic initiatives that are aligned to them that will come back before the board then for an update once that data has been collected, because the strategic initiatives will drive the 75, 75, 92 target. So on page 7, that starts then the update to our district strategic plan goals. So that will have then an ELA to do an increase by 2% when they take that SC Ready assessment. That will be administered in the month of May. So we do not have that data yet, along with math to look at an increase of 6% for the SC Ready math performance. Our action steps are still targeting kind of that next phase of the work. And as the strategic initiatives are updated, that's when those action steps there also will continuously be updated based on the data coming in. Then for our high schools, to go with the 75-92 on page 8, we will look for another 1% increase in our graduation rate. So our high schools are currently in the process of finalizing students that have transferred out and aligning all of the documentation in order to solidify our current rate. So those encompass our student achievement pieces for the district strategic plan that go to the state. So then looking at page 9, that is our gifted and talented goals. So here we're looking to identify artistic students by 1.2%. We are currently in the process of finalizing out the artistic process for this current school year. And then the second goal for gifted and talented will look at increasing by 1.5% all of our student groups within gifted and talented identification. Then at the bottom of page 9 there, you have the teacher and administrator quality goals. So here we're looking at when they administer the Upbeat survey, which is in the process of being administered, looking at that professional development to increase by 2 percentage points, honing in on 2 specific questions of good use of time and improves my teaching as measured by the current Upbeat survey, and then looking to make an additional increase for the upcoming school year. Continuing to look at reducing the induction teacher turnover rate by 0.5%. And then the third one is to increase the satisfaction on our evaluation category by 0.5% on the Upbeat survey. Then the final set of goals on page 11, look at school climate. That would have an increase in our school climate rating by 2% as measured on the annual school climate survey, which is just finalized administration by the State Department. So we are waiting for that data to be reported out. Then, starting on page 12, you would get a summary for each of our schools for their school renewal plans. Many of them do have goals connected to the SC Ready administration, EOCs, graduation rate, and Upbeat surveys for the data that is still being collected at this point. So they are not able to also report out on the specific data pieces other than based on preliminary data that they've been looking at of where they think they are to be able to draft the current goals.
So if I could bring to your attention, board members, we recognize that the state identifies the April 30th due date of our documents being in receipt. We also recognize that the state is in control of the release of data in association to these documents that you're in possession of. We normally and always have updated you when those data points do come forward. I do want to bring that to your attention as well.
Reduce the induction rate turnover. You said by 1.5% on page 9.
9. Oops, sorry, Nick. So if I could share with you the action steps provided to us by Human Resources. We also have Ms. Alice Walton, our Chief Human Resources, in the room. But if you look at page 10, it identifies action steps, implementation and monitoring of the following. Provide ongoing support to district and school leadership through professional learning. I interpret that in the practice. Please don't let me put direct words into our human resource, and we do work very close with them. But as we build that capacity of our school leadership, we also build that capacity for the school climate in order for teachers to remain. And I think that was part of a conversation, maybe not pointed at earlier today, but if the school environment and school climate improves, do I remain there beyond my 5-year term expectation? So part of that is building that capacity of the school leadership. We have done a lot of work in the district on single school culture. We have been working for some time actually with a consultant. We're also putting into place conscious discipline at building that capacity, the adult capacity, to understand the why of our students. And instead of me reacting, but pulling back and understanding our students prior to us reacting to something, what we may interpret as a disciplinary item. So I do want to point the pen to culture and climate, which we do recognize has been shared with many of you. That will go forward stronger than many systems if we improve the culture and climate at our schools as well, meaning taking the opportunity for our students. So with that, board members, if you don't have any follow-up questions, we have provided you with a motion that identifies your approval for the district strategic plan updates, as well as our school renewal plan updates. So I'm going to turn that's the action that is required today, sir.
So I wasn't sure if you were done with your presentation.
Done.
Done, okay. I do have one concern, and that is the gifted and talented section seems to have one goal. And that one goal goes to representation. It doesn't go to specialized curriculum. It doesn't go to rigorous opportunities. It doesn't go to, when I look at what other school districts are doing, I don't have a problem with the 12% representation goal. I just don't think it should be the only one, because what we have seen where I'm from in Seattle, where I still have a lot of connections to the education community there, I have friends with kids in there, it has absolutely driven people into the private schools, if that is your only goal for gifted and talented. There was an article that came out that I read recently in Seattle Times, where basically they attributed a tremendous loss from out of the Seattle public schools by shuttering of their gifted programs and reimagining it. And basically what I have a hard time with is, let's have the 12% representation goal, but I want to hear more about rigorous curriculum, opportunities for advanced education, internships locally, partnerships with other organizations, specialized counseling. One thing I do think we have a problem with, we have very good counselors, but I went to a scholarship opportunity that my son had, and all the counselors were with their students. These were all private schools, and the counselors came to the scholarship, and that was kind of expected. We don't have that level of support. We certainly don't have that level of support for kids pursuing advanced degrees in arts. No help for kids who are doing pre-screens and auditions and looking at programs. So if you're going to have artistic and you're going to make that part of your strategic renewal, I find that the absence of any language about that to be a concern, especially since the next presentation we're going to have is called Let's Go Public. And the data is clear that if you're hyper-focused on that, you will lose kids into the private schools, because that's not what parents want to hear.
May I?
Excuse me.
So just to build on that, we want to share with you that this is a goal. We've identified action steps below. I will not say that that is a limitation of the performance within the system. We have an accelerated program at one of our elementary schools at Bluffton Elementary, where actually yesterday I reviewed the data points of students who are performing at 5th grade, at 8th and 9th grade, and being able to bridge that opportunity for students. Do we look at an academic growth by grade level advancement, or look at creating a pathway at the middle schools that we have that stronger feeder pattern? We'll build on that even further. This year, we've had 334% of academic representation of eligibility for gifted and talented students. With that, we've also put into place to have greater utilization of William and Mary units of study amongst all of our elementary schools. We're pacing that out in writing because it's necessary. We've also, through our analysis of master schedules, take a strong look at where are we putting our students. Our district has been very, very much supportive at being able to look at 2 specific middle schools, one south of the Broad, one north of the Broad, in regards to increasing representation of gifted and talented teachers, because our analysis shows that is the step, or that exit on the highway as you're going forward, where we are losing students or the potential of loss of students. So we have been analyzing that, putting items in place in order to retain and increase academic performance for our high achieving students, because we have been monitoring that very closely.
So how are we going to monitor this? Because it's easy, if you have your goal 12% increase in representation, that you can provide numbers for. How are we going to if you're saying we're also
with
doing
you.
these other
Yeah,
things,
yeah.
but it's not listed as a goal, what metrics, are you looking for? Are we going to have more sections of algebra in eighth grade? That could be one metric. Are we going to have higher, in other words, what are we going to do so that I can, as a community member, I just talked to one of my neighbors today who moved down here from Jersey. I always think it's Jersey. And his son's at prep, but he's like, tell me about the high school. I want to point to, what we have and what I do at Hilton Head is I point to the IB program with both fingers, right? I mean, with everything. I'm like, we have the IB program, et cetera, et cetera. But what I want to be able to do is say, these are the things that we're doing in Beaufort County schools to prepare your kid to compete in a global economy, in a highly globalized economy. And right now with this, I'm not going to point to representation of gifted and talented. I want to point to curriculum. I want to point to opportunities. And so that's why I'm saying, leave the representation. I think that's a very good goal and it's easy to track, but we need to add in some stuff additionally that we can track and point to.
So if I may, Madam Secretary, so we've actually asked the state the opportunity, and I don't know if you board members are familiar with a product called Podium that is from the state. They did not include gifted and talented in order for us to disaggregate the data. That is one first step that we're doing. I need to bring to your attention, as Ms. Crosby did earlier today, our TIDES program. We recognize that we had a pilot last year. We have 19 students who are starting as ninth graders at the New River campus with TCL. I will share with you that this coming academic school year, we have 67 eligible students south of the Broad, 19 students north of the Broad for running 3 new cohorts. And these are students who are coming in very high in PSAT. We opened PSAT testing free for all 8th graders. That is your generosity as a board and our generosity through our district budget office that has given us that opportunity. We're trying to take away as many barriers and give opportunities too. And we are measuring and monitoring. So we're not acting in isolation, but we are building programs because we recognize the need. It is a growth area for us as a system. So I appreciate you bringing that forward, Mrs. Boatwright, because it's recognized. Absolutely.
Thank you. I have one quick question. The gifted and talented, are those programs in the elementary and middle schools only? Or is it high school as well? Or
So state, Madam Gordon, that's a very good question. State requires that classification. We utilize it at the elementary and middle school. Then the state defines gifted and talented for that opportunity for advanced placement courses, as well as IB. They haven't included into the regulation the language of Cambridge, which you may be familiar, that's at Battery Creek, also at May River High School. So that is the pathway that they believe for gifted and talented students to go on that path. So as you come out of the middle school, you go into high school. The state uses the language of AP, Advanced Placement, and International Baccalaureate as a pathway. It doesn't go any deeper than that at the high school regulation. But for our operations of our schools, our students are given those opportunities to either be on a strong pathway, either through Advanced Placement capstone that we have at Bluffton High School as well as Beaufort High, or continuing as Mrs. Boatwright brought forward from the middle years program at the Hilton Head High School to the diploma program that they graduate with, or they can take singleton courses. You don't have to stay in a full diploma pathway. Students have that opportunity as well. Actually, all students now have that opportunity for the singletons as well for those accelerated courses. And many students also take a dual enrollment pathway.
Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon. So
one of my main questions are first, just to, when you opened up into this discussion, you mentioned climate. Define climate. What does that, what does that mean? What is that?
I'll use a simple example. I just opened the button in my jacket because that's what you feel. I'm getting warm. The toes are sweating. It's what you feel.
Okay.
Culture is what you do.
So with saying that, in this document, in this particular document, how do we define climate? And to what, but yet, what's the meat that helps us navigate through this document, understanding the climate, better yet?
So it's not a requirement written specifically within this document to give a definition vocabulary. But for us as a system and many systems here in South Carolina, we utilize the accountability survey. That is very key because those are points for accountability in the rating of your schools. You know, as well as everybody else, your school rating ties to where you look to live and where you look to land. So there's very close eye that is provided by our school administration, as well as accountability, and as well as our data services department on that, keeping an eye on where are we going, our upbeat, or is that intermittent roadmap before those state accountability survey goes out. So our school district has items in place, so we could have a roadmap, and then we land on the state survey, sir.
And thank you. The first time you did it, I hit it, but you know me so well. You know, basically that was my who, what, where, when, why, and how. And I appreciate you answering that so eloquently. But also one of my concerns were that when y'all initially brought it forward, it was kind of clear that this document may still need some information that is being given. And I'm just one that I like to put my, as I say, rubber stamp on it when everything is there. So I'm not sure at this time that I will be okay with it and seeing what else could be great information that could be added to this, because this is a part of the selling point. This is a very strong, serious document when you're supporting. Anytime you're supporting it, sending a document to the state, that's a very critical piece of thing. That's a very critical decision. So at this time, I would definitely like to see what that information is and possibly be on the side of waiting until we get that information to vote in support of having this document sent up right at this point, or given the authority to vote.
So may I, with this, just know that the state is aware that schools and districts, so when the legislature built the law, it was set for that April 30th. So our schools and district, we have built it knowing that we have none of this data in order to report out. So we're looking at metrics of where we want to be, and then we'll be able to close up the current plan and bring it back to the board when the data is there. So really we're just, our purpose is to request to be able to send these goals preliminarily to the state. We can always come back to the board and make any changes as needed based on what the data actually shows. But the State Department did say that they are fully aware that these are preliminary goals based on what we're seeing and trends that are coming across at this time.
So this is preliminary, basically this is a living document as it changes come about as time going, but this is something just to.
Yep. So we have to have it to be able to submit to the state, the board, to be able to allow us to submit it. And then when report cards come out in October is generally when we're able to finalize it and come back to the board at that time and give the data presentation of what our test scores look like and where our report cards are coming out.
It has to change every year as over a 5-year period because they're requiring you to turn it in right now. Kids haven't taken a single test yet, right? That's coming up in a week or two. So they know that through their own process that's designed, because this isn't about 1 year to the next year. It's a 5-year piece. So it's a living document.
And Colonel Geyer, to bring your attention, before we put this summary together for you, these plans have gone through significant scrutiny. and sent to the state back and forth to the point that we say we are ready to bring it forward. So they're not completed in isolation. There has been vetting. There has been at least 3 levels of review before we even had the state take a look. And then it comes back for us to be able to put this prepared to bring forward to you, to each of you board members.
Mr. Name?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So all the goals that are listed for the district, for example, I'm just picking 10% increase for a talented student population, all that kind of stuff over the next 5 years, of course. Is this driven by, we had a 2% increase last year? How are these numbers generated? Where is it just, I'm sure there's a method behind it, but is it based on past performance and are these attainable goals?
So that's a very good question. So the answer to that is yes. In the development of the 5-year strategic plan, a trend analysis was completed on the growth targeted to each one of the goals that we are responsible for. We also then looked at that trend analysis in comparison to the state's targets that were published almost simultaneously. And then we landed to say, what can we do looking at the trend and looking at where have we gone stepwise during the school year, looking at our diagnostics, and I like to say that's our in-between roadmap, and that's how those steps were identified, so not in isolation.
That the strategic plan goals were reset 75, 75, 92. Those are, I mean, I've said from the beginning, those are lofty, large goals, right? That I prefer to set them way out there.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let's read the motion and have any other discussion after the motion has been moved and seconded.
I move that the Board of Education approve the district strategic plan and school renewal plans for the 2025-2026 school year.
Second from Ms. Gordon. Okay, any further discussion? Question, go ahead.
Are these 5-year plans? Aren't they generally 5-year plans?
We presented our 5-year plan a year ago, so each year we will give you yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Mr. Dallas?
My question is in the chat room, are teachers tested on retention of these? My question is in the chat room, are teachers tested on retention of these delivered data, techniques, soft skills, say 12 months hence from when they are taught? Techniques, soft skills, say 12 months hence from when they are taught.
May you repeat the first part of that? From this part, it was echoing for myself. I do apologize, ma'am.
The question is in the chat room because of the reverb. If that helps. The question is in the chat room because of the reverb. If that helps. Can Ms. Cushingberry
Yeah, I
read
think
it?
she's going to read it right now. I don't think you heard it because she didn't have the mic, but she's using the mic right now.
Can Ms. Cushingberry read it?
Yes, sir. She's going to read it right now.
The question, are teachers tested on retention of these delivered data, techniques, and soft skills?
So if you think about students in our academic school year, day one, students come and arrive. We start with diagnostics within 30 days. Those are the formative assessments we have in between until we get to the actually state testing window. So students actually sit for the assessments, and in parallel to that, teachers observe for their educational practices in the classroom. So I'm not sure if I understand the question is deep. So if I can get a point of clarification.
Mr. Dallas?
How do we confirm that teachers?
Mr. Dallas, do you have a clarification?
How do we confirm that teachers are inculcating what they are taught and then executing what they have been taught and what they are taught and then executing what they have been taught and have learned?
So I think I understand what you're asking. So one, you have classroom observations and classroom visits. You have instructional reviews at schools that are done for the purpose of identifying, not just strengths and weaknesses within school, but building continued action plans that then support the work at schools. But through those classroom walkthroughs, classroom observations, PLCs, where our teachers come together and work through planning and identifying the tools within their toolbox to use in order to support the instruction that they're delivering for improved outcomes. That through those processes, as part of our systems, to check and monitor the implementation of what they're learning through professional development opportunities and actually being utilized in the classrooms. I think that's what you're asking.
Mr. Dallas, do you hear that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, I got it. I see it. Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I will honestly state that I could give definitely, I will definitely honor that what the question Mr. Dallas has asked, because I have had the pleasure of watching and sitting in the evaluation of where they have teams and where they've in the instructional review where the team has looked at teacher and have looked at the skills of a teacher and told her where her strong points and her so not good points are, and how to make sure that they're critically getting the points across to the students, and how students were engaged and disengaged. So that I have, as a board member, I have the actual pleasure of I have actually seen that. And I will publicly, Mom said, you spanked me privately, giving my praise publicly. And I have seen Mr. Flowers and his team out there doing that. So, even though I said I like for it to be compacted, it would definitely not be the true who I am in terms of saying that you didn't do your full due diligence today, but majority of it. So I will support a motion to move this, being that this is a living document, and I'm still looking for y'all to bring the breast so that we have the #1 kids across the state in this country. So I do appreciate your plan. I'm still looking for the some more results in terms of how much bang we're getting for our buck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments before we take a vote? All right. All those in the room, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Online. Mr. Dallas?
Aye.
Mr. Dallas is aye. And Ms. Hay?
Aye.
Got it. I don't hear from Ms. Hay, but the motion.
Okay, but I just want to make a point that I'm abstaining. And I'm abstaining because I generally don't engage that much in these documents, because I think these 5-year state mandated plans create more work than they provide value. I think that your team is much more strategic on the ground. So I just yeah, fine. This is your 5-year plan. In this environment, a 5-year plan, not super helpful. But what I wanted to say, the reason I'm abstaining is I for my previous comment. So yes, there's one abstention.
I got it. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, board.
Let's go public. Mr. Nate?
Ms. Bruder, oops. There's some coffee over there if anybody wants it.
Thank you. Dr. Bruder is coming forward, and she's got some guests with us here that have been working with us on a information strategy out into the community called Let's Go Public.
No, thank you. We're very excited to share our Go Public campaign with you today. And I have Wayne and Susan from World Design Marketing with us. They came highly recommended from TCL. They know our community really, really well. They are local as well. And we're very exciting for the marketing expertise that they bring to the table. And I'm going to let Wayne take over.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Am I the last thing between you and lunch? Yeah, we'll make it brief. We'll keep it going. Well, I'm excited to share our presentation. As Ms. Candace said, I'm Wayne. This is Susan. We're from World Design Marketing on Hilton Head Island. I don't know how to change this. Oh, you're going to change the slides. Perfect. Thank you so much. And we've been serving clients in higher education for 23 years now. So we have a lot of experience in this space. And we're seeing more and more now, actually, school districts themselves thinking about how they present themselves to the public. And we're excited to be on this journey with you all. I first came to the Low Country in the early 90s with the Walt Disney Company. I spent 14 years with Disney, where I learned the power of great storytelling and the method by which great brands are developed and built and brought to the public, and the methodology that we still use in our firm today during my years with Disney. I worked on 4 businesses for Disney, and the last one brought me to Hilton Head Island. We were going to build 30 resorts around the world in 5 years. That was the charge Michael Eisner gave us. Hilton Head Island was our first stop on the world tour. While we were here, he decided to buy ABC, took our project off the shelf. We were tying up way too much money. We had fallen in love with the Low Country, and we stayed and raised our family here since then. And our girls now are college graduates, both have homes in Hilton Head themselves and are starting to raise their own families now. So it's been a great story, and we're so glad we did. We have a love for the community. At last count, we've served over 38 nonprofit organizations in this community, north of the Broad, south of the Broad, everywhere in between, and we love that. Served on a number of boards to serve this community. The Mitchellville Preservation Project, I was one of the early board members of that project to bring that to life, and just love that story and love the history of the area. We got into higher education almost by accident during a downturn in the economy when everything changed. We were doing high-end resort development marketing, and everything stopped, if you guys remember, a few years back, and we got into higher education, and it turned out to be really, really good for us. We started our business 23 years ago. We focus on branding, story development, implementation, and strategic implementation of those brand stories. We're a full service agency, and we're built to serve education clients. We have all the tools we need in-house to provide the materials that the district needs to get the word out, to get the story out, to make this a big story, and really proactively deliver our message into the homes and families of our county to get them to engage with us in greater numbers. Okay. Next slide is just an idea of where we work. We work throughout the entire southern United States. We have contracts with these colleges to, we've helped them get their story straight, and then we move to implementation. And many of them, as Candace said, we've been working with TCL now for over 20 years, implementing their marketing and seeing them through tremendous growth over the years. But we're in Florida and Texas, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, all around. So we have a lot of institutional knowledge we bring to the table. Recently, during a project in Waco, Texas, where we were rebranding McLennan Community College there, the superintendent of schools was in one of our workshops and said, "Man, we could really use this for our school district. Can you help us?" And I said, "Boy, that's an interesting proposition. I think we can." And we rebranded the school district there, and it was a tremendous success story. And then not long after, I think we got a call from Candace and said, "Can you help us?" So we're seeing this trend in all these states we're working with, where the school districts, it's a changing time, and we have to be proactive in the way we're delivering our story and our message to our community, and keeping our families engaged with what's going on in our public schools, and we're happy to do that with you. So we follow a very methodical approach to this. We have really 3 phases to our process. We start with understanding the story. One of the things I learned in my years with Disney is the value of research and really understanding the story we're trying to tell. We workshop, we meet, we gather research, we gather data. We really understand all the various audience segments, and we understand the complexities of this community. There's lots of variables here at play with all the various audiences we're trying to reach and the families we're trying to draw to us. And we need to understand that, and we do. Then we move to the creative development phase. Once we get our story straight, we move to how do we creatively present it to the community. And then finally, implementation. And that's where really Susan excels in the implementation phase of the strategy, tactics, timing, budget, and all the tools that we use. And we have some really bright young people back at WDM that implement all of this stuff and speak the language of our families that we're trying to reach. So that's our process. Once we get this done, this is what we see. In 23 years of doing this now, we will start to see increased engagement among the constituents we want to reach and the leaders of our community. We'll start to see a cumulative effect of all of our outreach when we get this brand done right and the platform on which we build our communications. People start to recognize it, and our marketing and our communications becomes more effective as people recognize the messages. We get close alignment. I guess that was a big step you guys just took, approving your strategic plan. That's great news, but we want to align with that strategic plan. We want to make sure what we're doing and implementing and the strategies and tactics we're deploying are supporting the plan and the goals of the district and meeting all of those needs. Internally, we see benefits. People get excited about these things like let's go public. It's already starting to take a little bit of a life on its own. Ultimately, we increase our value to the community. That's why we're all sitting here, to serve this community in bigger and greater and better ways. We will provide a toolbox of assets for all of our schools to use as we roll out this campaign. And ultimately, the end goal is to increase enrollment in our public schools. And that's what we're all striving for. So with that, we start and spent a good bit of time with Candace and Dr. Stratos and their teams and understanding the assignment and the need for what we're doing here. We wrote a plan to implement that. The rationale is a summary of that plan. This is just a very brief statement that really sets the platform for the communications and the theme of our campaign. It's an exciting time at the Beaufort County School District. You could read this, but it talks about all of the good things happening in our district, about the comprehensive pathways that are available to every family in our community, and all of the awards and the programs that we're implementing now are good news. It's exciting. We're ready. We're set. It's now time to go public with all of this exciting news. And that leads us to our campaign theme. And the campaign theme is Let's Go Public. Let's Go Public is the foundation on which we will build. You can stop there for just a second and talk about that for a minute. This is the foundation on which we will build all of our messaging for all of the needs of our county and all of the schools that we're going to support. This has multiple meanings, this term. It's a simple statement, but it really is a positive way to say that we go to public school and we're proud of our public schools and we support public schools, and you should too. Let's go public, meaning public schools. It's also a reference to all of the wonderful things that are happening in the schools in the district and in the district. There's a lot of good things happening, and we're not going to keep it quiet anymore. We're going to get big and bold and loud about all the good news that's happening, and we're going to go out there and tell our story. And we're going to talk about all of these things in a way that we're going to say, let's go public with all of the good things that are happening in our district. And finally, it's almost like a cheer. It's like a rallying cry. It's a positive statement, an invitation, if you will, and a way to speak proudly about a family's decision to go to public schools. Let's go public. We can almost hear it being cheered right now. The font you see here is a very important part of this. It's a friendly font. It's a handwritten style, but it's also very clean. It's very readable, and it's very approachable, and it's friendly. So this is the theme of our campaign. We began with a pilot program that is funded by a grant specifically for Hilton Head Island schools. So it's a little bit focused on those. If you can go to the next, we are right now in the very beginning stages of the implementation of this. We're starting with some mailers that are inviting families to take a private tour of our public schools. Ms. Megan is part of that grant, the Changemakers grant, and available to meet with families and help understand their needs and understand what's on their heart and mind, and get them in the hands of the right people in our system to help them make a decision to enroll their child in our Hilton Head public schools. We have a few accolade cards going out among the highest performing IB programs in South Carolina. That's a big part of our story. There's beautiful copy on these postcards also that explain it a little further. And take a new look at Beaufort County School District, BCSD. Lots of exciting things are happening, and we outline that in this card. This card may go wider than just Hilton Head. The new look may actually go beyond just the island. Digital ads give us the ability really to target our message into very specific addresses, rooftops, families, demographic groups. For example, we are able to identify devices that are owned by people that just moved to this area. and just moved to the community. So maybe they haven't registered their child in school yet, so we can send them a message. Take a look at Beaufort County Public Schools if you haven't already, and invite them. So we're able to very precisely target our message using digital advertising. These digital advertisements will appear on mobile devices, phones, tablets, computers at home, all of the things that we use every day. And these ads will then link to a landing page, which we'll share in just a minute. These carry our message forward. If you can go on from here, these are some samples of digital ads that we're sending out. I believe then we have some more targeted messages. These are a little more broad messages that will go just beyond Hilton Head Island. We have the Superintendent of the Year here, Dr. Rodriguez, which is a wonderful accolade that we're all very proud of. And there's lots more to see at BCSD. The landing page is where all of this communications brings people. And that's on our website right now. Then it's live and it welcomes people to your public school district. It also gives them several options to continue to gather information and learn more about what we're doing here in the public schools, and can understand the pathways, and they can get registered. We are presenting some ideas here for just some fun type guerrilla type marketing, get out in the market and put some posters up in the store windows here. We have a fun, take a new look at BCSD rendering of our new Hilton Head High School on there. And I think that's where we're going to park it right now. So that's the beginnings of what will grow to be a more expansive campaign. Let's go public. We're proud of it. We're excited about it. And we hope you are too. So.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Questions, comments? Ms. Gordon?
Hi, did you say your name is Mr. Wayne?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Your focus right now is the Hilton Head Island schools. Are there any plans to move on this side of the Broad as well?
Absolutely.
In the very near future, not 10 years from now.
Yes,
5
we are. Did you want to speak to that, Candace?
So yes, the reason it's a pilot program is we wanted to have a pilot program just to work out any kinks and things like that and further refine. But Dr. Stratos had funds with her Change Makers grant. And as part of the grant, it's getting the word out and creating awareness about those particular schools. So we thought this was a good opportunity to start there. And we do have plans to expand that. And that will be happening. Obviously, we want to promote the whole district, and we're very, very excited about that. But we also wanted to take the opportunity to just show you what some of these things are going to look like for the entire district. Definitely.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Boatwright?
Hello. Excuse me. I'm Hilton Head Board Representative.
Thank you.
The other two are online, but I am actually probably your target audience, right? My son's about to graduate from the highest ranked IB program in the state. And I live in a neighborhood that's had a huge increase in the number of children. I live in Wexford, which you're probably familiar with.
Sure.
We have 120 school-aged children, with over 90% of which are in private school.
Yes.
When I read the copy on these, I spend a lot of time talking to people about why they should go to the public school. I spend a lot of time sharing my experiences about why I chose the public high school. And I mean, we're all sharing a little backstory. People ask our opinion, because I'm on the school board. My husband went to Harvard Medical School. He's a Rhodes Scholar. So he gets that kind of attention. Like, where do you send your kids? Hilton Head High. And let me tell you why. So I'm probably the biggest booster in the community for the IB program at Hilton Head High that's not directly employed by the school district. None of the things that I share are on these cards. And I'll tell you the reason. I'm going to be a little bit frank about it. The award-winning, proven, and powerful IB program sounds like a med spa. It is a college-minded families. What you want to tell these parents is that they can send their kids anywhere from Hilton Head High from the public schools, which I think is actually something we do better than the private schools. And you look at the examples of kids, I would put some kids and some outcomes on here. My daughter's year, I'm going to call this person out, Maddie Prince. She's at Cambridge, or was at Cambridge, on a nuclear engineering fellowship. Jalen Sneed is playing football for Notre Dame. He started in the championship game. That's not happening at Hilton Head Prep. That's not happening at Hilton Head Christian. The other thing is you are preparing your kid for the world because they are not getting a small pre-selected group of students. They are experiencing everybody in the county. They're having interactions with people that don't look like them, talk like them, that don't have their background. To me, those are the selling points. The IB program has an 84% college persistence rate compared to, so these are the kind of things. If your kid does IB, they are almost 3 times as likely to graduate from college, not only get in, but to graduate. So to say kind of generic, proven, powerful, and award-winning IB programs, that's not going to capture anyone's attention. And if you're sending these cards out, let me just back up and say, I like this campaign. I think it's well branded, but I think we're missing some opportunities. And if you're doing it on Hilton Head and you're doing a pilot program, I don't necessarily think these are going to grab the people that I know on the island from the copy standpoint. And again, I think people are looking for outcomes. If I'm weighing Hilton Head Prep or Hilton Head Christian, I always ask people, where they send their kids to school. And I talked to a recent physician who had moved down to the area, and he said he sent him to a private school. And I said, did you consider the public school? And he said, well, I should know if they had classes for my kids. And that goes back to this, rigorous curriculum. So I think that we need to really work on in my opinion, and like I said, I'm your target audience. I really am. We thought about JP2. Because my kids went to our, we like Catholic education. And these are the reasons we decided to go to Hilton Head High. I think community engagement, another thing parents care deeply about are experiential learning opportunities, internships. And to that question too, have you involved some of the students in, some of these marketing things? Because we have an amazing Bluffton DECA club that does, I think, phenomenal marketing. You guys could really give them an opportunity to see what marketing looks like. So I guess my comments are, I would really like, if you're going to do this at a Hilton Head pilot, to really think about the audience. And then if you're going to pilot, I'm assuming you're doing some sort of outreach source code for some of these mailers and whatnot. So you're tracking who's actually scheduling a tour based on your marketing. I'll be interested to see, because I do think that's an excellent way to see, is this message landing with people? Because I like the idea, I like the branding, I like the look, I like Let's Go Public. I just am not sure if we're making the most compelling argument for this Hilton Head pilot program to people that live on Hilton Head.
Thank you.
I'd
Very
like
good
to
insight.
make a comment.
Yes.
I like the private tour piece. Every time that I get a constituent that comes up to me and says, I think your schools are not up to standard or whatever, they will come along with me. I'll take you to a school.
Yeah, exactly.
And every
Yes.
time I've taken these people, some are very adamantly against us, especially the older folks that haven't been in a school for 20, 30 years. And I take them into an elementary school and it blows their mind to see what the kids are doing. But I realize this is a grant, but how much does this cost? Number one, what's the cost? And then what's the return on investment? How do you measure effectiveness?
So I'll tell you on the cost, I don't have that exact number in front of me right now, but I will get it for you. I can go back to my office and get that. But I think, like Dr. Rodriguez and I have talked about this too, the return on the investment is going to be increased enrollment. And I think this will end up paying for itself when we bring in more students. And Ms. Boatwright, thank you for your comments on that. I would like to say in WDM's defense, we did ask them to work at a quicker than normal pace. They normally do a bit more focus groups, but we were working to get some things out before school choice. So please know that is not on them.
And I will just
And
say,
your info was helpful, so
yes,
thank you.
I was a focus group of one here in public session. So
Yeah, no, it's very helpful. So thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Anything else?
Well, I guess I'm gonna build another side and said, I guess y'all got this on 278. When y'all gonna bring this up? When y'all gonna bring this down 278 to Beaufort? But I guess we didn't get the grant this time. So I guess
Mr. Smith, but I will tell you this again, this is a pilot program and we are just getting started. We are definitely committed to doing this across the entire county. I live in Beaufort. I'm with you. Like, this is just, we're just getting started. So we're excited. We're also going to be working with HR on recruitment efforts through Go Public. It works for a lot of different things. And we're just really happy. I think, whenever we talk with you guys about things, you tell us repeatedly, people don't know what's going on. We push things out like Ron Lopes, our social media, all these things. But at the end of the day, we need something bigger now, and we need to compete with these charter schools and these private schools just like a business would. And so that's what we're doing, and we are going to hit the entire county, most definitely. So thank you for your feedback. I get that.
But I was just kind of just being that's something that we normally would hear from one of my colleagues. It didn't happen on 278, so I'm glad that this is going on 278. And because to be honest with you, on our side of town, what we do have going for us is that our schools, I will say that they do a good job on the Facebook posting. They let you know what's going on and some of those things that my colleague has brought forth. If you go to our school's Facebook posting, actually, these are actually people who are in house that we have already working for us on the district. That they do a great job of letting people know on the Facebook post from each individual school, letting them know, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what we had going on. So I mean, give kudos out to them too that they do a good job of letting us know that, but.
Yeah, they definitely do.
And appreciate of what you're doing now. We do appreciate that too. But yeah, it's just kind of be,
Yeah, no, thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Nay?
Another one?
Oh, you smile.
He's smiling. I
Got
love
it.
it. That's it. Oh, good.
Got it.
I like that.
Got it. No
Back
other
at you.
no other questions. We want to thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Just the beginning. It's just the beginning. So we're excited to take it on.
Oh, there's a question. All right.
Mr. Carlton, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Good to see WDM is represented here, my
Can
friend.
you hear me?
Doing great. Good to see WDM is represented here.
Yes. Good to see you too.
Ms. Cushenberry, if you could read my question, please.
His question is,
Ms. Cushenberry, if you could read my question, please.
how do you build the interpersonal connections with key leaders? How long is the pilot?
Good question. The pilot's going to run, I believe, through the summer. The pilot program runs through the summer. The relationships with key leaders is built through relationships. Marketing supports that. This message will support that. It gives us something to talk about. We often see in the communities when we roll something out very visible, like Let's Go Public, our community leaders take notice of it and they say, what's going on? And Dr. R might get some calls and say, what are you guys doing over there? I saw some messages on my computer, or I saw an ad on a TV show I was watching. And that's kind of, so this type of effort brings them forward. It brings inquiries. It brings them, gets us some new eyes and attention. That's typically what we see. But the actual relationship, I mean, is beyond, back in my corporate role, we had like marketing and we had sales, and the marketing was out there communicating, trying to bring people to us, and the salespeople had to go build the relationships and make it all work. So I think the relationship building almost falls more in a kind of a sales category, if you will, but this will certainly support that. It will foster it. It will, and I believe it will create some activity, proactive activity from our leaders to come to us and find out what's going on.
Thank you, sir.
If that makes any sense.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
It's lunchtime.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. So we'll take a 30-minute break. So that'll be 20 minutes to 1. And we'll reconvene. Right. They're ready. The next item on the agenda is legislative priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've changed locations. Hopefully you can hear me now without the echo. The locations.
Okay.
Hopefully you can hear me now without the echo.
Sounds good to us.
Okay, I hear the echo, but I'll try to speak in a staggered way so I don't repeat it while I'm talking. So the legislative prioritization is we sent out a.
Go ahead, sir.
So the legislative prioritization is we sent out a list of potential priorities, and we solicited feedback from the entire board and of course, including the legislative committee. And we've also shared it with the legal staff as well. And what we're trying to do is to avoid being reactive and be more proactive, especially in view of the fact that we no longer have the advocacy role. Oh, I don't hear any reverb. Okay. So that means that we're trying to expand through partnerships, friendships, positions that others have that already some of our colleagues, like I know CFO Crosby and her counterparts, Ms. Walton, CHRO and her counterparts, they talk. I know the superintendent and other board members reach out to similarly situated board members in other districts. So that's all input. And we just, again, want to make sure that we are not surprised and we can actually go to a point where we collectively are proposing things that might be beneficial to school districts throughout the state. One example of that is I think there's a growing recognition, or at least I know it is on my part, of the importance of that birth to 5 period in a child's life and how important dual member parents are able to expend a little bit more time in helping educate their offspring. And that is critically important. Another example of where the school district is already moving in this area is the Parents as Teachers program. Having spoken to 2 of those teachers and heard how parents basically join in and help learn and understand the importance, that's another thing that is, to me, vitally important that we take a look at. And then the last thing in terms of the prioritization is we hope you will provide your feedback so that we can then use the Mentee system that the superintendent and the board use to basically cull from a large number of individual recommendations down to a select few using digital technology, which means we can do it very quickly and very efficiently. So those are the types of things that we want to talk about, and we'd like to get your responses certainly by the end of this, by the, say Thursday of next week, so that we can include it and have it set up for our board, for our legislative committee meeting in the month of May. So that's the high level. We just wanted to talk about this and encourage everyone to take a look and respond. There are no guardrails in terms of what you might suggest or share. We just want to make sure we can list it and cull it down digitally so we can start moving forward and making plans based on what the prioritizations are for going forward 2025 and 2026. So with that, Mr. Chair, I open the floor for any questions that anyone may have.
Actually, leave off with the question. Actually, I do have a comment to for the chair of this legislative committee, Mr. Dallas, I would say my hat's off to you when I started to read. I was reading some of these and over the weekend, and just looking at some of these things that you've brought my attention to, and to understand the amount of work that you've put into this. You know, I publicly didn't say it. Well, I wanted to say it to you that I definitely appreciate the amount of work that I went into reading all these bills and bringing this, because also not only did I read some of it, and also in a meeting, a couple. Well, we actually in a couple of meetings, I've been able to tell the community and have the community understand the importance of understanding what our local legislators are putting forth that does affect us on the educational level. And even me and Mr. Carr was at a meeting last night, and we in that meeting was talked about the level of education and the importance of what our state house representatives are putting forth, and how that does affect us moving forward, in terms of growing our kids and growing our community. So the initiative and interest has definitely spiked a lot of the community and the people. And I did definitely like to thank you for revamping that and re-energizing us on that, and understanding the importance of working together and be good counterparts with our legislators and having good relationships so that we can work together for all the good of our students. I definitely do want to appreciate you for that. I just wanted to tell you that, and as well as your committee for putting in the work that they have putting in, then because they have at certain points in our meetings, it have been kind of challenging where we're able to always come to common ground, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I just would like to say, if I may, in response, Mr. Chair, that a key platform of all this work, and it's been a comprehensive effort, is that communication goes both ways. So we have to select and solicit information and guidance. We have to select and solicit information and guidance. Now the reverb's back. Okay, maybe it's not. So we need to collect information from the public, but even more important is, as we become a repository for all this information we're gathering, that the board members, the staff, the community leaders that we engage, that the board members, the staff, the community leaders that we engage we are informing them, and then all of us are taking those responses and insights that we're getting back into the community so they can actually be aware and take action. So with that, due to the reverb, Mr. Chair, I will try to answer questions typing in the chat, if that's okay.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Carter.
Yeah, Mr. Dallas, how would you send the information directly to you?
Yes, that's fine. Absolutely.
Is there thoughts or ideas or questions?
Absolutely.
Send it to Robin.
Yes, that's fine. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I just getting clarity. Thank you.
Okay. Absolutely.
Other comments or questions? I just want to thank you. Carlton, this is a great effort, and it's something that we have not done a very good job of in the past. It's not anybody's fault, really. It's just a lack of emphasis, I believe, in the past. This has great potential for payoff, and the more we get involved in it, the more we will receive from it. So we will all make sure that we get our input into Carlton and let him know what you want this to be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, everybody.
Anything further, Mr. Dallas?
Nothing here, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And next item is the CTE alignment and workforce development and our CTE programs and facilities. And Dr. Stratos and Ms. Gilbert.
Thank you, board members. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. This afternoon, I have Mrs. Gilbert. She is our Director for Career Technical Education. She's going to come forward and bring you updates on our pathways for career technical ed and alignment work that she has conducted with her team to our referendum. We had a preliminary presentation at Academic Committee. This was earlier this week, and we've saved some points to come forward to you so it won't be repetitious. But one thing I would be remiss not to bring forward again to each of you board members, that is, you are very generous at designing, as our voters are very generous at supporting our referendum. Ms. Gilbert and her team have been very hard also at working with operations to make sure the student opportunities come forward. So I do want to share that with all of our board members. So with that, Mrs. Gilbert.
So Chairman Geyer and board members, I want to thank you for your service. Appreciate your time and dedication. I also want to thank the academic committee members for allowing me to preview the career and tech ed updates on Tuesday. I want to call your attention, please, to the pictures that's on that first slide. It's just a good snapshot of what the spirit of career and tech ed is here in Beaufort County School District. In the middle, you have a picture of a young lady that placed third in the state a couple of weeks ago at a welding competition. That welding sculpture is of the Twin Towers and a tribute to 9/11. Her instructor believed she should have received first place, and we agree, but he also had a team to place first place in a different category. There's a high school student that's working with an elementary school student on coding as part of one of our computer science courses. Up in the corner, you have a High School and a Well Branch High School student participating in a workforce development training at Beaufort Memorial Hospital. And we have some exciting news to share with you about JROTC. So in addition to our mission and vision of helping young people to navigate their journey and the resources that come into our county for that, we are also part of a bigger picture of how we're preparing a workforce development talent pipeline, and then ultimately contributing back to the economy. So next slide, please, Mr. Cushenberry. So I want to divide this up 3 parts, but I want to really concentrate on the third part of where we're going from here. But for those of you who are new, I thought it would be helpful just to give a brief overview of how we're structured here in Beaufort County. You'll see on the right some components. We have students that can take just one course, and that's fine. But if they truly want to have that engaging experience by the time they graduate, there are several quality components that we'll touch on. So thank you, Ms. Cushenberry. So we're structured with federal and state funds that come into our district for starting at grade 6 and moving on into 12. We also support activities at our elementary grades, and Colonel Geyer had mentioned there's already some great things that's going on, say with programming and coding within our elementary schools. We also are a Project Lead the Way district, which is just a nationally recognized vendor curriculum. And so that's doing some math and science and how stuff works with elementary students. But then as we move into middle schools, we use career and tech ed state approved pathways and courses. And that's key because that's how we do our sustainability for operations, starting with exploration. So we have students that can take advantage of courses on all types of different careers and opportunities that they begin to determine what are they interested in, what do they like. We also supply through Career and Tech Ed several career planning resources that help that student once they sit down for their individual graduation plan, their IGP process. And over the next 5 years, we're going to focus more on digital technologies and computer science and bring that down to our middle grades. Shout out to the principal at Well Branch Middle School. He is going to help us pilot where we have 4 credit, high school credit, for students to take the computer science course. And if that works, we're going to expand that to all of our middle schools. And that'll just be a good jump start to free up schedules for when students move into the high school. Next slide. where I'm very proud is when we move into the high school settings, we have 25 state-approved pathways now, plus an additional 8 that is a little different with Beaufort Jasper ACE, for a total of 33 for this year. We are contributing to, as Dr. Rodriguez mentioned, the overall plan or vision for 75, 75, 92. 92 is what we are looking for over the next 5 years for our overall graduation rate. I'm proud to announce that we had last year of our students who started with their cohort and they selected a career and tech ed pathway and they graduated on time. We had a 98% graduation rate. And you say, well, what's that percentage wise? That was 971 students who felt, they had a focus, they had a purpose, they participated in those key components, and they graduated on time. And typically that's indicative across the state. Students who have a focus in something in career and tech ed or even in the arts, they tend to stick with it. So I know that we'll be contributing to that overall goal of 92%. We also, in the pathways and course offerings, we have 112 right now that's state approved that students can take advantage of. That includes graduation requirements such as any computer science related and personal finance. Again, that is CTE courses and that is CTE certified teachers. We also provide opportunities through career and tech ed funding. I think Ms. Boatwright, you had mentioned about having a stellar DECA program at Hilton Head. So didn't know if you know that, but our federal and state funding helps to support that for their competitions. We try to cover most of the costs at the state level and then budget accordingly for national, but it's a great leadership opportunity for skills, HOSA, Future Business Leaders of America. And then another area that we're focusing on at the 9th grade or at the secondary level is to make sure when the students graduate that they're building a portfolio of employability skills. A strongly recommended initiative is that all of our career and tech ed teachers incorporate what we call soft skills, but I think they're hard skills. I think they need to be incorporated where teachers work with their students to make next school year. And we'll look at a slide in a minute about what that means. We have new accountability measures with stackable credentials, and I'll go into detail with that. I'm excited that JROTC is going to be joining Career and Tech Ed as a pathway statewide. Shout out to Mr. Ralph Latai, our CT coordinator. He's here to be with me at the end to answer any questions. But that's going to be a significant change that starts next year. Artificial intelligence. We're going to talk a little bit more about the referendum digital technologies, but I'm very proud that Bluffton High School was named one of the 30 sites statewide to pilot an artificial intelligence pathway. We'll start with the first course, and then we'll open that up to all high schools starting in 26, 27. But we're appreciative of Mr. Matt Hall, the principal there, and he's got an excellent teacher that's going to be very significant in the feedback that they provide to the state for that. Also, we are looking at, we've already started this with our workforce development specific expansion, or working through Technical College of the Low Country and some local business and industries. And then we'll definitely get into the support of the community through their referendum and what does that look like for us over the next 5 to 10 years. Next slide, Ms. Christianberry, thank you. So the new college and career ready framework, I really like it. The old one or the current one we have now is 50 years old. That's the last time it has been updated. It doesn't have any of the new opportunities for young people such as drone technologies, data analytics, the artificial intelligence. And I like the way they're packaging it. It's going to be a more user-friendly tool for our school counselors, for our students, and for our parents. So you're going to start seeing some additional branding and packaging of what that looks like. And I listed the 14 pathways there in front of you. It's not pathways, it's 14 descriptors of what different jobs and careers will be available for our students. And so, for example, when they talk about cultivating sustainability, that's our agricultural sciences programs. When they talk about for the drive-in engineering innovation, that's with our IT and engineering. So I like the wording that they're using at the state and federal level. And then I included for you a crosswalk from what the current pathways are titled, and then what they are going to be. Several of them will receive a new title, or they're going to be combined. I note this to you all because it impacts 4 areas. It impacts our program design. It impacts our industry alignment and collaboration. It impacts our college and career advising and helping students to make decisions, and it impacts our accountability. So this is a state mandated thing for all school districts and career centers that we must have in place starting in 25-26 school year, but we're in good shape for that. Also, you'll note some what they call cross-cutting pathways. I like their take on this. For example, entrepreneurship, that will go across all pathways. So if I'm a welder, or I want to go into the welding area, but I also want to learn how to run my own business, I can take the entrepreneurship classes, and that counts as part of the accountability and reporting process. So it's going to be, I think, a very good thing for our community as far as some planning tools. Next slide, please. Another key area that I'm excited about is stackable credentials. Last year, our students earned over 1,400 certifications in automotive, welding, our culinary, our healthcare. Starting, actually, it's piloted this year. It goes into full implementation next year with the 9th and 10th graders. They will have to earn additional certifications, not just the one. It's a benefit for our students because that builds their portfolio, makes them more marketable, but it also impacts our accountability for college and career readiness. But I feel very good. We're well prepared for this. We've been doing this for about 2 years in preparation. And I'll give you a good example. Our teacher, Mrs. Valisa Griswold at May River High School, who has the nurse aid program, this is what her students have earned so far this year. They've earned their national health assessment, 100% pass rate. They earned their EKG. She had a 95% pass rate. Echocardiogram technician. They earned their nursing assistant credential. She had a 100% pass rate on the state exam. They also do an OSHA healthcare. So that's 4 certifications. So we're already meeting that in several of our schools, and we'll continue to work through that. Next slide, please. I wanted to bring this to your attention. Business partnerships are so critical to the support and success of our programs. And we have shout out to the schools and our principals, our career development facilitators at our schools, and teachers. I think over the year, we are now close to 80 to 100 different community organizations, employers, local community leaders that either come into the classroom to speak, they do some mentoring with our students. I just had a great interaction yesterday with some local car club. They're giving a scholarship to our automotive related students. And just to hear them talk with the automotive students was very invaluable to them. I wanted to highlight 2 of the partnerships that we have going on. Hilton Head Bluffton Chamber. I want to do a shout out to Mr. Tom Hens and his education committee. They went to Greenville County and they saw a great model on how to pull community resources together in a one-stop shop. And so they utilize our career development facilitators. I've sat in on several of the meetings. And if you go to their site, it's www.lowcountryjobsnow.org. And they have a robust system now to be able to capture businesses that are interested in putting an internship up. And also it's a way for us to send students who want to apply. This is not our only way for students to get an opportunity to intern, but they have a section for high school, they have a section for college students, for veterans, even for seniors, and for special needs persons. So a shout out to that chamber for being proactive and having a great tool for our students to be able to access local employers. And then Beaufort Memorial Hospital, very appreciative of their partnership. Mr. Neil Baxley, the CEO. We've been working on this for about a year, almost 2 years with them. We have our first cohort that's going to graduate May the 13th. This is from 4 different high schools, Bluffton, Beaufort, Barry Creek, and Well Branch. They will earn either their patient care technician or their certified medical assistant credential. And what they've done is they've gone over Tuesdays and Thursdays. They've trained with Beaufort Memorial Hospital nurses and staff. They utilize their equipment. They have some very high-end mannequins and so on. There's a good video out there that Ron Lopes took. And then they work on classwork on the off days, or they go to TCL for other dual enrollment. But it has just been phenomenal with that partnership. And so we're going to continue to grow that also south of the Broad when we expand at Hilton Head for our healthcare program there. So I just wanted to shout out to our community because, again, it's helping to connect what students are learning in their classroom to the real world. So this last part, and I'll welcome your questions or feedback. As we move into the next 5 years, what do you all think the world of work is going to look like? Is it going to be the same for our students who are graduating, for our kids who are in elementary school right now? You know, what is it going to look like for them when they graduate? And what are we doing in public education? I'm so glad with Dr. Bruder and, Let's Go Public. What is it that we're doing that's going to help young people to meet current labor market demand and also what's going to be in the future that's not even come to fruition yet? So these are 5 goals that we feel like are measurable and attainable. And then obviously this will continue to morph. I do want to note on supporting highly qualified CT teachers. I appreciate what the board and Ms. Crosby are working toward that. If you could potentially add to the list for legislation, there is an SB Bill 78. It's almost there. So any advocacy you could do that would help, because what this will do is a work experience credit legislation. And if it passes, that means that people who want to come into the industry in the classroom, if they're a nurse or they have an IT background or they have a construction trades background, right now, if they don't have any teaching experience, they have to start at a 0 level salary, okay? If this legislation passes, then they're going to be able to count their relevant work experience. At least for every 2 years of relevant work experience, it'll count for 1, so that it'll bump them up a little bit on the starting salary level. So, if you have any pull with that, this can certainly help us as we move forward with some of our expansion with our more technical fields.
Repeat that. Bill.
Yes, sir. It is Bill 78. It's already passed the South Carolina Senate. And I can send a link to Chairman Geyer, and that has more details on it. So I'd greatly appreciate any support on that. Next slide, please. So, and moving forward, how do we select these programs and where do they go? I purposely wanted to show you a picture of the map. We all know what Beaufort County looks like, but we have a large geographical footprint. It takes about to go from Hilton Head High School to Well Branch High School, Dr. Rodriguez, about an hour and 15 minutes on a good day. So we're looking at how do we strategically place more of these technical specialized programs that require some type of facilities, learning spaces that's different from a regular classroom. And also, how do we make sure that we're serving all students or being equitable? We have, I'm a part of a regional career administrators team for Colleton, Jasper, and Hampton counties. And we do assessment every 2 years. It's required by the state, but we've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know each other and sharing and collaborating. This includes our career centers for Colleton and ACE. And these are the areas, local or regional labor market that we have landed on that we feel like is definitely going to be a viable opportunities for our young people in moving forward. And with the new framework, there'll be flexibility to add and grow as new ITs come down the path. So let's look at some specifics. On the next page, please. Thank you. So I'm very appreciative of the community. When I presented to the education, to the Citizens-Led Oversight Committee, and then it came to the former board and to Dr. Rodriguez, I was so appreciative that they recognized a need for helping our young people to move into some type of technical fields. And I want to note to you guys, we're currently serving, we have 8,700 course enrollments just as of last month. Unduplicated count, we're serving an average about 4,000 students every year in high school and 2,400 at middle grade. So that's a significant number that students are able to take advantage of these options. With the referendum passing, the last one, and then the most current one, we're very appreciative that it's going to allow us to renovate some much needed spaces to either be able to expand or modernize. And I want to reiterate, it's not always about adding new programs, but it's just keeping up with the state standards and helping students to be prepared. And before we go to the other document, if you see in the corner, this is a picture, I know Mr. Audie knows this, of Hilton Head, their construction, and I'm excited because that very corner that you see sticking out, that's going to be the new health sciences wing at Hilton Head Island High School. So I'm excited about bringing that on board. So if we could please move to the executive summary. If everyone could take a look at that, and if Ms. Cushionberry, if you could bring that up, ma'am. The executive summary has some specifics about the referendum projects. And it's a 2-page one in your board docs. So in the state of South Carolina, really nationwide, federal and state dollars for operational costs, and then what is kicked in locally, it can be in different formats. It can be held at a comprehensive high school with a separate building on the campus or a wing. It can be a separate career center like we have shared with Jasper County. It can be housed within a technical college. So there's different models where students can take advantage of these options. So if you look at the bottom on your executive summary, it is the vision that in moving forward, all of our high schools will have these pathways and courses available to them. We feel like it's important that we support teachers and learning spaces for business, marketing, finance, healthcare, engineering. All of those are key current and emerging jobs that can benefit our students in Beaufort County. For the digital technologies, we want that at all of our schools because with that new framework, for example, what'll come down the pike, unmanned vehicle technology, in other words, drones, what'll come down the pike for room to grow will be data analytics, the artificial intelligence. There'll be new expansion with energy and natural resources. So by having access to all of these, we will continue to receive federal and state funds to help support the operations side of it. We already have most of this in place. We currently serve as 87 certified teachers now. Then when you go to the next page, Ms. Cushionberry, for the referendum passing, we're excited to be able to note that at Beaufort High School and at Bluffton High School, we will have an added building that will house a construction trades pathway. And this is going to be a modern take. Students will learn the basics, foundations of a dwelling, residential, commercial structures. But then as they move into their junior and senior year, they will branch out in the HVAC, plumbing, electrical, or the building trades themselves. We will partner with local business and industry so that they'll be able to do a on-the-job training that senior year in one of those 4 key areas. But they'll get their basics and foundations at Bluffton High and Beaufort High in the building trades in a new building that's part of the referendum. Also part of that building at both those schools, we'll be able to move the public safety firefighter program that's currently in a mobile at Bluffton High. We're going to move it over to the new building. It'll be adjacent in 2 shop areas. At Beaufort High, we are adding a public safety firefighter and eventually EMT program there. Okay. So in talking with our local fire departments, they're excited about it, and they say it's also a good fit that it's going to be beside of construction trades, because then firefighters need to learn about building structures and how that works. For welding and automotive, with this last referendum, we will be expanding the building for advanced welding and advanced automotive with the mobility industry. And then for Hilton Head, their building will house a small engine and marine technology repair shop, again, per local industry input. And we'll also include the engineering aspect to that there. And then on the other side of the shop area, we're going to have a public safety firefighter program there. The Hilton Head Fire Department, they have already been very, very supportive. They already come into our schools. They already do a lot of career awareness activities. So they're excited about adding that as well. It will also have an EMT component, because most firefighters, fire departments require the EMT certification. Another area that our referendum is supporting us is through family consumer science. Right now, and I'm going to say it, I shared it with our academic committee on Tuesday, we're in an old home ec. We've tried to refurbish it, but it's an older home ec at Bluffton High and at Beaufort High. So those are going to be gutted, and it'll be a much more modern commercialized kitchen within the new building for Bluffton High, and then two classrooms are being renovated at Beaufort High, and they are being transformed into a commercial kitchen. And then for culinary arts at Hilton Head, again, he has been operating out of a refurbished older home ec lab, so he's excited that he's getting a full-blown commercial kitchen along with their hospitality program to mirror and work with our local resorts there. I also want to call your attention to some additional advanced CT pathways that we are developing. Obviously, at Battery Creek, the last referendum was very helpful. We were able to have a greenhouse built, and the teacher there is doing a phenomenal job with that. So eventually we'll be able to add a horticulture pathway. Media technology, we added that at Well Branch Early College High School. The teacher there has some great ideas of how he's wanting to build that program, and he had some students this year that competed at a state competition and did well. Cybersecurity, we added that at Beaufort High this year, so it's going strong at Beaufort, Well Branch, and at Hilton Head High Schools. For artificial intelligence, as I said, it's going to be piloted at Bluffton High, but eventually be available to all high schools. Drone technologies, wanted to share with you that. Bluffton High School's firefighter program has been using drone technologies pathway. We are adding it next year at Battery Creek High School. It ties in nicely with their aerospace aviation program. And then lastly, we're excited at Well Branch Early College High School. They are starting a global logistics and supply chain pathway. Those students, once they work through the first few courses, their senior year, will partner with TCL. So if they want to earn their CDL license, they'll be able to do that. We may have another group of students that want to go more on the business side of how to move and manage product. But a shout out to Dr. Leach, the principal there, and her team for requesting that, and we're going to make that happen. And then just lastly, I wanted you to see for our middle schools over the next 5-year period, all 8 middle schools will have an opportunity to offer any of these Project Lead the Way STEM related courses. They just need to let me know. I put it in our grant and we'll make it happen. We also will have that business and digital technologies courses. We'll continue to do career exploration. And then I want to shout out to not only LIMS, Ladies Island Middle, of having a great focus per Dr. Stratus and their MedTech 7 grants that they've had, but also H.E. McCracken will be adding the Intro to Health Professions, and he's going to have a healthcare focus at H.E. McCracken and moving forward starting next year. And I just wanted, before we answer questions, I really want to take time today. It's just 2 minutes. Ms. Cushenberry, if you could pull up that Word doc that has the little link. I think this video that's celebrating CTE will be a great way just to show you what phenomenal students and teachers that we have. And then I'll open it up for questions. Hopefully it's going to come up. I'll ask Mr. Latai to come up as this is playing. And if everybody could take a look at this. I think we need to just turn the volume on the board.
This never seems to work.
No, and it's such a good video.
Try this. Never seems to work.
It's just such a good video.
Need some technology.
If it doesn't work in 10 seconds, we're going to do a pathway on. There we go.
CTE is great for schools.
CTE is good for students. CTE is good for business.
CTE is good for me.
Yes.
CTE is great for the community and businesses. Our programs help train the next generations of chefs and welders and mechanics. And without these programs, the community would have a great deficit in having skilled employees and knowledgeable labor to go into those jobs.
CTE is great for students for opportunities to learn skills that they can use in their career fields.
CTE is good for students because it gives them a chance to work with their hands, to learn communication skills that are vital to working in any environment that they go into after high school.
CTE is very good for me because it helps me learn the skills I need to go into the automotive industry so I can work on cars and help people with automotive.
CTEs are good for me because they help me to work in the cosmetology field safely and effectively amongst my peers.
CTE and PTLW has helped me because I want to become an engineer when I grow up. I want to become an engineer because I would like to work for NASA when I grow up.
CTE is good for me because I want to be an electrician and I'm learning electrical in construction.
CTE is good for students because it prepares them for jobs and careers right out of high school. It also prepares them to go straight into business if they're wanting to do that in their future.
CTE is good for me because it helps me learn new skills since I want to go to culinary school and be a chef.
CTE is good for me. It helps me practice skills for firefighting and also for medical so I can save anyone's lives that I come across.
CTE is good for me because I'm learning to code and program, and you're going to need that in life from the world that we are living in today.
CTE is good for students because it equips students with practical skills and certifications for high-demand careers.
CTE is good for students because it provides students with essential skills and real-world experiences that prepares them for successful careers. They also bridge the gap between classroom learning and industry demands, ensuring that students are not only academically prepared, but also equipped with practical skills that are highly valued in the workforce.
CTE is good for students because it prepares them for the next generation of cybersecurity.
CATE is good for schools because it offers many options for them to do hands-on experience. Programs offer certifications that get them ready for the workforce. I'm so proud of all my students' accomplishments.
CTE is good for me.
And CTE is good for me.
And it's good for me.
Mr. Smith.
First off, let me start off by saying for your working for what you've done in CTA. But lately, I've been having some questions about in terms of CTE, what we have in terms of on this side, and also let me start off with this. I went to Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Campbell had a boys conference over at Battery Creek High School a while back. I believe that was. And in that conference, we went to Chef Chef Lightner. He's he's a very powerful chef. And there were some kids from Well Branch at that setting, and their question was, well, what can we do to transfer from Well Branch to Battery Creek, because we like cooking, and we like it. Chef Lightner he gave him discipline, he gave him time, and he was on them, and they took a liking to it, and they were like, well, I can cook, and sometimes my mom would talk about cooking, I can have this as something else I might be able to do. And so what I'm saying is those students took a liking into him too, but also he expanded he expanded their thinking in terms of, hey, this is another opportunity. And I'm using that as a soft segue into saying that, and lately in the meetings and things that I've been in the community, a lot of community members have asking me. I didn't realize that how big of the firefighter program was over at Bluffton, Mrs. Smith. Well, what we have at Beaufort High, Mrs. Smith. What do we have over at Bath? I said, I shot straight from the hip, but we got the cooking over at Battery Creek and a couple of different other things over at Battery. What do we have at Beaufort High and Well Branch? What do we have at these schools? And I say this and I don't take it lightly, because if you know me, I go to county council and I hold them accountable, because in the last years we've buried a lot of young people due to gun violence. So it is up to us as a school board. We have to take ownership that we are offering opportunity for our young folks to be able to create life and to create some type of safe living and some type of opportunity where every kid ain't gonna go to school. Every kid college ain't in everybody's past. The military ain't in everybody's past. But it is our function, as a part of our job function, is to offer them some type of skill set so where they can go out and to provide for their family. And this is one of the major ones for those people who can't do those things. And so I'm bringing this to our attention because this is our duty. Whether we kind of want to have this discussion, or whether we take it lightly, because sometimes we focus so much on the education component or on one part of it. But this is a multi-tier thing. This is not a one-size shoe fit all. So this is a big part of it that some people, are not always interested in. And so to me and to some of the communities that I serve, this is a big opportunity to make sure that we can have young, productive citizens in our community. So you did, I give you credit, you did answer a couple of them in terms of, you did bring to my attention that we are doing the firefighting and EMS over at Beaufort High School. I'm not sure how soon that is, but I mean, in EMTs and EMTs over at Beaufort High School, but also at Well Branch and other schools, is because, once again, these are things that the community has been bringing to me and asking me, well, we have this on the other side. So apparently, Ms. Smith, you off your game, because we watching over there. And over there, they having a lot of CTE programs. What are we having in our area? So I take it off of me and pose it to you. And I do have these, but what other programs and how are we going to, because I think it's very, the way technology, your first question was when you started your presentation was this: where do we see education? I mean, where do we see TE going, and what CTE are we focused on? When I look at technology and where technology is moving and how fast and innovative it is moving, where overnight when they show you, just like the guy came up in the last, I think the last presentation maybe I heard last night. My days are running congruent about once you learn about technology, AI show you one thing, but by the time you look again, there's something else. First it was Facebook, then it's Instagram, and when you get good at Instagram, there's another platform that's been given to us. So if saying that, where do we see the district in terms of what we're bringing next on this side of the broad, but also something that's relatable and that kids can find a peak of interest to, that can bring them a great amount of stability in raising families in this district.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Smith, if I may, Dr. Rodriguez, thank you so much for bringing that forward. You're always a great advocate for options for students. And I think what may be helpful is, if, Chairman Geyer, I can share that you could share out with the board. I have a chart that we use for planning purposes, and that might be a little, rather than executive summary, it has all 6 high schools and ACE, and it just lists, just with a check mark, where we're offering the 15 current pathways, and I've highlighted in yellow what we'll be adding. So I think that'll be a good just visual, sir, to show with you. So for example, Well Branch, we have a very strong sports medicine program. Also, the students that are there, they are comprised at TCF for the certified nursing assistant. They're also about to graduate. I think I didn't reference that. They do a biomedical pathway there. They have a strong informational tech program there. They do the cyber. We've had Well Branch students that have actually placed in first, second, and third places in the Cyber Patriot competition. We have our business information management. That's where students learn how to do web page and different flyers. And we have general management, where they can do entrepreneurship and accounting. And then lastly, with the new media tech one that Mr. Bernard Reed, he's going to be a phenomenal teacher there. I'm excited for how he's going to take students into the arts and AV technology. And then lastly, next year, we'll add that global logistics. And you bring up another good point that we collaborate so much with Dr. LaVecchio. He's done a great job of rebranding ACE. And so anything that's not offered at our regular high schools, obviously if they're eligible, so those students at Well Branch have an opportunity to take the culinary at ACE there, and they've got a phenomenal chef there as well. So it's a matter of strategically placing. I think that chart will be a good visual, because in the next 5 years, Mr. Smith, we want to have construction building that's going to support that labor market need in southern part of the county, northern part of the county, and the middle of ACE. We already have a great model with welding. We have a phenomenal program at Middle River, Battery Creek, and at ACE. So that if a John O'Toole with economic development, if he says, Karen, we've got a couple new companies, metal fabrication companies coming in, what's your pipeline? We can say, well, we're turning out about 60 students graduating that have some type of stick, TIG and MIG welding opportunities or skills. So if we're strategically locating, so same thing with the firefighter, we'll have it at Beaufort High, we'll have it at Bluffton, and we'll have it at Hilton Head. So while we can't do these high-end specialty programs at every high school due to the learning spaces, we'll at least have some great representation across our district and county. And then they always can choice in. You know, if they really feel it's important and there's something they want to do, they can choice in as well. But thank you for bringing that forward, and I'll share that, Chairman Geyer, that chart. I think it'll lay it out nicely as to what we currently have and where we're going with it. So thank you.
I would add that 2019, 2020, when I first got here, we received an MSAP grant. That MSAP grant was really a strictly Northern Beaufort County grant. And that grant, actually what it did was it launched really a cybersecurity program at Well Branch. It launched a biomedical program over at Beaufort High School. And in essence, and then arts integration across the clusters. And in essence, what that did in launching that cybersecurity initiative, over the last several years, Beaufort County's actually trying to plant its flag as cybersecurity hub for the East Coast of the United States. And one of the things Colonel Warren Parker, through his cyber program, and they have a summit coming up. But one of the things that we did was there was an actual integration and articulation between K-12, that's us, our space, TCL, and USCB, and establishing a pipeline for students interested in that technology realm to take that route. And to go further, when you're talking cybersecurity, Cyber Patriot is actually a competition which is hosted really is by the military that hosts it. And it's a competition for people nationally who want to compete. Whale Branch Early College High School has right around 30% of the state of South Carolina's cybersecurity teams that compete. A third of all the programs across the state, those teams come from Whale Branch, third of them. Anything else on anything else on there?
No, sir.
But the nursing program, you can see when that was launched through MSAP, the other thing that, not nursing, sorry, biomedical, through that MSAP grant, the other thing that it did was it was the seeds being sprinkled around this opportunity and this program that exists as well in partnership and collaboration with Beaufort Memorial Hospital. And it's also provided an opportunity now to see how what other opportunities there are to replicate those kinds of programs. But those started Beaufort, Whale Branch through that grant.
Okay, I'd like to follow on to what Mr. Smith was saying. You said you had 4,000 students participate
High
last
school.
year.
Mhm.
Right, high school, right?
Mhm.
That's 19% of our 21,000 students. And we also have students that are college ready. And I don't know what percentage of the students are college ready, but I would be willing to bet that there's a gap between workforce ready and college ready. And I say that because I go to graduations every year and I look at the program and I see their names and I see a little asterisk by their names, college and career ready. And then I see kids with no asterisk, they're not college or career ready. So my question is, those kids in that gap that are not college and career ready, why? Are there programs that they want that we don't have? Are there programs that we have that they're not interested in? Or why? That seems to be that there's, and maybe what Mr. Smith is saying, because when I looked at that last year, I counted up the numbers of non-college and career ready, and Beaufort High had by far the largest numbers. So what's happening at Beaufort High that we are not either getting enough into college or enough into career and technical education? That's going to your point, sir. And I don't know that we have I don't expect an answer to that right now, but that's something that is of concern.
Could it be, and thank you for bringing that up, Colonel Geyer. So in 23-24, it could be in the way things are being reported or just captured at the school level when they do their graduations. Just different schools provide different recognitions, but for 23-24 of the career readiness indicator, we had an 81.2%. And you talk about numbers, out of 1,728 students that graduated last year, 1,403 of them met the South Carolina State Career Readiness indicator. That meant they either scored a 31 on the ASVAB, or they were a CTE completer they earned an industry credential, or they scored at a 3 or higher on the WIN readiness, workplace readiness assessments. or they did a work-based learning. So we were, you bring up a very good, almost philosophical point, because as a district, we also want to support our college-bound. Mrs. Boatwright, you made a very good point earlier about having a very prestigious IB program, and what does that mean to parents and how we package this. And I'd also say that we have a lot of students who take career and tech ed courses that's going on to college. Sports medicine, to be a physical therapist, to go into that, typically it's going to require a 4-year degree. To be an engineer, it's going to require a 4-year degree. So I wish we would get to the point where it wasn't separated. To be honest with you, I wish, because ultimately, whether they go to college or whether they get the training in the military or straight to work, that ultimate goal is, are they going to get a gainful a career that's going to help support themselves and a family, hopefully live and work around here, and contribute back to our local communities. I mean, that's to me, that's our ultimate goal in public education, regardless of how the journey that they get there. I think, as a Beaufort County School District, we're providing wonderful opportunities that I don't hear my other colleagues noting in other school districts. So I applaud this school board for looking at all options for students. And we just probably need to maybe dig a little deeper in this, how we're capturing college and or career ready, because there's a lot of CTE kids going on to college.
Let me put it to you another way.
Okay.
I sit on that stage at graduation and I watch the kids. I go to ACE completer ceremonies and see the completer ceremonies, and they put a cord around there, different colors and different cords. I sit at the high school graduation ceremony and I see kids coming up with a cord that shows that they're college ready or something that they wear. And then I see the kids that come up there with no cords.
But perhaps it's not.
Every time I ask myself, what did we do, or what did we not do for those kids that come up there with no cords? Just got through the school, did what? And that's my question, and that's my frustration, because everyone I see with no cords, I think of as a failure. And I know they're graduating. I got that.
I just again, 1,403 students, whether the school elected to give them a cord to recognize their CTE acknowledgement, 1,403 students were some type of career ready. So to me, that's an 83.
They were the same student that did not have an asterisk next to their name.
Yes, sir.
I think what Ms. Gilbert is saying and you're saying is spot on. When you take all the people, because we've noticed it as well, and you lay them out, the
Can you speak into the
students
mic?
come across, and I'll give an example.
Can you speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. When you see the students that come across the stage, for instance, if my daughter took dance or art, wouldn't have a complete accord, and depending on the benchmarks, if they didn't score high enough on a win, or if they didn't take an AP exam or an IB, they wouldn't have that CR cord. So there's, through the classification, it used to be before CCR, it used to be you had the HSAT and you were a completer, or you went to college and there wasn't an asterisk or a label after it. With the new state model, they have these pipelines that they go into, but it also leaves out the kids that didn't do the CTE or didn't do the dual enrollment or didn't do the AP or IB, but will go on to college or another venue. But they won't have that asterisk. And that's a large number. Because if you take the number of kids, like in the IB program, okay, take the IB kids out, where are the rest of the kids going? They're going in the arts, they're going to CTE.
Okay, well, I get that, but I don't understand. If that standard applies to all the schools, we have 6 high schools. I counted them at each one of the high schools. Beaufort High School had the least number of asterisks behind their name. So are you just saying it's just because of what's at Beaufort High School, or what causes that issue?
We can look into that further for you, Colonel Geyer. We don't, again, don't have the Beaufort High School specific grad numbers in front of us, but we'll be glad to look into that for you. And again, it's a good conversation to have at this work session on where do we go if 92% graduation rate overall for Beaufort County is what we're working toward the next 5 years, then what does that look like as far as accessibility to different programs, college and or career, to help these students? So I'm glad you brought that up, and we will definitely, Dr. Rodriguez, we can look into how they're capturing that data. Yes, sir.
One last observation. 25 years ago, I was the chief operating officer and chief financial officer combined of a community college about the same size as TCL. And they came to me and said, we want a couple $1 million to build a new photo lab. I said, $2 million to build a photo lab? Oh yeah, we need a dark room. We need chemicals and all this kind of stuff. And we have to be able to take care of the chemicals. And I said, no. Why? Why not? I said, because digital photography is going to be the future. It's not build a white elephant. And the instructor said, oh no. Oh no, it will always have chemical. Digital will never match the quality of what we can get in a photo lab. He was wrong, I was right. And I say that to you because automotive technology, I've seen what we have in automotive technology. We have oil changing, and we have lifts, and we have compression testers, and all the things that internal combustion engines have to be taken care of. 25 years from now, we need a whole different set. And so what I'm saying to you is we have to stay ahead of technology. And one of the ways we do that is we make sure that all our instructors in those particular areas and your staff are really looking at the future and looking at the trends and staying ahead so that we don't have a white elephant that we're building in our CTEs. And our CTA buildings are adaptable to new technologies as they come online. So just kind of put that in the back of your heads and keep that in mind, if you would, please.
Very good point. Thank you, sir.
I just want to say that you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Yep.
There are some kids that don't do that. There's somebody close to me that took a year off of high school, and now she's a registered nurse. Just because they don't have an asterisk next to their name doesn't mean they don't have a plan. And I think those, and that's okay. It's not because the programs weren't there. We've done, and I sincerely believe that we've done everything we can to lead every horse to water. And if they don't drink, then at some point it's on them.
Yeah. I kind of tend to agree. Also, I think it's worth having a discussion about cords, because we are giving out cords for stuff now. I mean, I've seen these kids come up, they can barely walk, and I'm like, to what end?
Yes, ma'am.
So I think I love what you're doing. We've talked a lot about it, and I think Colonel Geyer is correct in that, the future, but I'll tell you what, right now I paid a lot of attention to AI and education and healthcare, and I was talking to a friend of mine at University of Washington, which is a very tech heavy school, and he's an advisor there. And I said, K through 12, and this is not a reflection on Beaufort County. This is the greater conversation. I said, K through 12 is oblivious to what's going on outside. They just, it's coming like a freight train. And from my perspective, I could be wrong. Digital photography may make a comeback. I don't know. But it's so hard to adjust. We have these big systems. And he said, it's worse in the colleges. And I've never had so little clarity on what the next 4 years are going to look like. I got a kid going off to college, and I'm like, I have no idea what job set. Used to be, generally, there was kind of a path and there was variations. And he said, he said, what's happened in higher education this year is that previous to this year, everyone's running around going, oh, artificial intelligence, it's a hammer, it's a tool, we just got to figure out how to use it. And he's like, now everyone's going, oh my God, we just invented electricity. What do you want to do? And so this idea of a variation on a theme for careers, I think, is going out the window, and it's no one has clarity on the next 4 or 5 years. But what I do think is important, and I do think that parents are looking for, let's go public, is experiential, hands-on, project-based learning, which you guys are doing an excellent job of pivoting towards. I have a child who's applying to medical school. They require 500 hours of patient contact work experience, and scribing doesn't count. So all these kids now are becoming EMTs to get the minimum number of hours required. I have a friend who's in a law firm. He said, we will not hire any law student out of law school without work experience. They're just done with these really smart kids coming out of college with this skill set with no applicable skills. So I think the more that we can promote this sort of experiential based learning, which we're doing, is important. To the points about Beaufort County, there is a theme that goes on kind of below the surface here, is every time something good, we have 6 high schools in a very geographically diverse area. We can't, in my opinion, we cannot offer everything to everybody. But what we can do is make it where everybody has access. And one of my concerns has always been south of the Broad, school choice does not exist like it does north of the Broad. And you've got transportation issues. But what I do hope is that we figure out a way that any kid in Beaufort County, if they're like, I am interested in construction, but I live on Hilton Head, they should be able to apply. I don't care what the capacity, we got to figure that out because we cannot replicate these programs all over the place, but we want equity and parity. And also, I think what I see as a trend developing as well in other school districts and through colleges, people are coming out way more specialized than we did. I mean, I took like a few, you had sort of your standard classes and you went to college, and I just got done going through the whole college. What major are you interested in studying? That's a big thing now. And my kid's like, I don't know. He's putting stuff down. Am I locked into this? Does this mean I can't? And but people are coming into colleges and into careers with a lot of experience and a lot of specialized learning. So when we think about, magnet schools, I know I've talked about this a lot, or school choice, I don't see how we don't do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're not going to have 6 excellent physics teachers at 6 high schools. But it shouldn't matter where you live. If you want to do engineering, you cannot do college engineering without taking some physics. I mean, you're just going to flame out. So I think the bigger conversation to have is we've got all these programs. It's an hour and a half between here and Beaufort, between Hilton Head and Beaufort. How do we figure out, do we use technology, virtual education? Do we partner with TCL? How are we going to do it? I think that there's some real opportunities for innovation. And I think that that's a theme that just keeps coming up. How do we give all the kids in Beaufort County, wherever you're born, whoever you're born to, there's that great speech. We don't care who your daddy is or if you knew your daddy at all, it's that colonel, talking about. It shouldn't matter. If you want to pursue a career path, we have it for you and you should be able to access it. So I kudos to what you're doing, and let's just try and figure out some ways to make it available to everybody, all the time.
Thank you, Ms. Boatwright.
Ms. Gordon. Yeah. There you go.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you, you and Mr. Latai and the academics for what you are doing. I don't think some of you were even in Beaufort in 92, 93, or you may have been babies, but we didn't have what we have now in education. We didn't have this team that we have here now. And I agree with Colonel to a certain extent about the non-asterisks, but I also give kudos to Mr. Ney, because some kids, you can't make them have a career path. They've chosen what they're going to do, what they think they have. And then you have that child who has always known what he or she wanted to do in school and get that CTE. But I think that this team has done a phenomenal job of looking at the CTEs, looking at the kids, looking at 1,400 of our kids who are career ready. I didn't even know what career ready was. You know, when I came out of high school, I just knew I had to get out of my mama's house, you know, and I was going to college somewhere. But I'm saying that to say we have a lot of tools that we offer our kids. And one of the main things here has been transportation or lack of. We don't have a city bus. We don't have an Amtrak. We don't have a bus or buses that will transport all the children who need to go to some other school to get something else. It costs money. Lots and lots of money. You know, so not saying that we couldn't do it because it's, you know, it would be apropos to the kids who wanted to do it. But then there are kids who don't want to. They just don't want to. I've seen them. And I know Miss Frazier has seen them. And, you know, I know Mr. Nay is now seeing them. And those are the kids that you do try to encourage. You want them to graduate. Yeah? Yes, ma'am. But then we have the other kids who are looking at their test scores, looking at where they want to be, teachers who want to help them get there, and do the best that they can do with what we're doing now. So I applaud you. I've been listening to this, nodding off, not because of you, but just listening and remembering, you know, what it was like to be in the hallways and grabbing kids, talking to them, trying to make sure that they graduate. And then there are others that just fly off to you. They're going to do. So continue doing what you're doing. And this too shall pass. We'll figure it out. You know, we will figure it out. But we can't be all to all, but we can be the best that we can be and work as hard as we can to get them there. So I applaud you for doing it. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else that hasn't spoken that would like to say something before we go back to seconds? Okay, Mr. Smith.
I've heard what some of my colleagues have said. Let me start off by saying, just to recently, I definitely do agree with Karen. Thanks for bringing that point out because that point is absolutely correct. In terms of what one of my colleagues just said about getting them and being able that if a kid wants to get from one part of the city to the other part of the city, listen, in Beaufort County School, I don't know if any of my colleagues know, but we have 5 a.m. football practice in certain times, certain parts of the year. But if our kids can get up at 5 o'clock to go chase a football, there's no reason in hell we can't put them on a bus to go from one side of Beaufort County to the next to go to another school in this county where they want a certain there's a certain program that we're offering. When I'm driving around, I see all the time. I see these little mini school buses that says Beaufort County School District on it. Now, where these buses going, I don't know. What these buses really do, I'm not sure of. But I know that we have a lot of little mini school buses that says Beaufort County School District on it. So what you saying, Mr. Smith? If these kids can get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to practice football, then these kids can get up. If we put our money where our mouth is as a district, and if we provide them with the transportation, if they want to go to Hilton Head High School and do IB program, if we're willing to put a bus driver in one of those buses and get them there, then let's do it. But let's not say that the opportunity is not there because we have the time to seize the opportunity. Because every time I go out to one of these funerals and I see these babies laying in the casket, I often ask myself, was there any way, not taking it personal, was it any way I could help or stop that kid or that person who from hurting that kid be in that casket? I'm talking about offering opportunity. to showing a kid another part of life, because these are kids, and that's why we have parents. So parents show the leadership skills and they guide these kids where they need to be. So that's just that's one point of it. Also, in terms of programming, no, I ain't saying because Bluffton High School get firefighter and EMS, we have to get that. You got truck drivers, you got CDLs, you got CDL license. There are kids in this community who want CDL license. A large when the pandemic hit, guess who the first person who was one of the first line of response? People with CDL license. Do we have a CDL license program in this district? We don't. So could that possibly be something that we could offer? Yes, it is. So those are the different things that I'm saying that yes, we could bring to a high school. In fact, Penn Center School was doing it a while back, but I think they ran out of funding or something happened. But they had a program. The fact when the program stopped, they had a long list of people who wanted to get CDL licenses. I know in Columbia they have I believe one of those districts in Columbia have a actual CDL program. So I'm just saying we have the funding, we have the potential. Let's actually put our money in our mouths and let's not let the burden lie on us to say, hey, we didn't get the opportunity, because we have the funding and we have the opportunity to do just that if we can get up and play football and practice football at 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's all I want to say in terms of that. But I thank you. I appreciate the work that y'all do, but it's just those couple things that I and I'm not Ms. Gilbert, I appreciate everything that you do, but I'm just saying there are some things that we could do differently, because they're talking about in a couple years of taking your hand and drawing it right here and watching TV. So just imagine that with the innovation and where we're going at, we got to get ahead of it. Thank you.
Oh, yes, go ahead, man. Ms. Frazier.
So the students from Hilton Head, they do have, or any other school do have transportation to get to ACE, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
The students from Whale Branch do have access to get transportation to ACE, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
What are we talking about? We're going off on some tangents, if I just want to say that, or should I be calling point of order? And Mr. Smith, if they can get up at 5 o'clock to get to football practice, I'm sure their parents are taking them, then they can take themselves to school to get to another point of access to.
That's not true. Every kid don't have access.
How do they get into the school at 5 a.m.?
Because
Beaufort County's picking them up and taking them there?
I'm
So how are they getting there? They're using initiative. If someone's taking them somewhere,
that's different.
Hey, if they have a license, they have the ability to say, hey, can I get a ride with you, such and such? Then they have the ability to.
And your community is different.
They're giving a presentation and we're sitting here having these off-end conversations and they're still standing here. Can they sit down while we're having these conversations? Because it's really not applying just to the two of them. I'm not directing all of this to you. I'm directing it all to any other future meetings we do have. When we do get on tangents, we have to realize that we're putting two people on the spots when we get an idea in our head, and it doesn't always belong to the people that are presenting to us. Can they sit down?
I never imagined that we talked about
Mr. Smith, I'm gonna tell you again that I'm not directing it to you, so please don't take it as I am directing it to you. You just happen to be the person that spoke before me, okay? Again, can they sit down?
Yes.
Please have a seat, guys. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Ms. Frazier. And
right.
thank you all for your passion and your commitment. And we take this, and just note our roles. We're going to do this with fidelity, good stewards for tax dollars. We'll follow Dr. Rodriguez and his great vision, but I do think the future is bright, and it is a work in progress. But I think we can say that we unequivocally don't make decisions in isolation, and we're going to try to support all students. And, because I think all of you, including us, have a heart for what we're doing in Beaufort County. So thank you all for your service. It's a tough job, but we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to answer you, Mrs. Frazier, actually, I want to answer that. You talking about how they get to the school at 5 a.m. I'm sure the coaches make haste and they make sure that those kids get there. So once again, that is district employees making sure, and that's not within an hour drive or it's maybe within 5 to 10 minutes of their living space. So to me, that's totally different in terms of financial stability.
Okay, let's thank you very much, and let's go on to energy strategic cost.
All right, this is a great day to have this conversation. I'm going to take our budget conversation, tie it in with CTE, and show how we can save money with technology. How about that? Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna put them all together. So thank y'all for having me here. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And Robin, let me say ahead of time, I'm probably going to skip around a bit on the slides. So I apologize ahead of time for that. I know you're ready. You're ready. Okay. All right. So when you talk about saving money for energy, what does that impact? So energy costs come out of the operations budget, which you see there is just a little under $30 million. Of that $30 million, we spend a little over $7 million just on energy. So that's roughly 2.2% of the overall general fund, or 25% of operations. Now that comes from the 23-24 budget, because that's our last full budget year. So those numbers are a little old. They may differ from what Tanya was showing you earlier. If you go to the next slide, Robin, just so you know, we have to report energy for all of our buildings and the district every year. It comes in September, and that goes to the state energy office. Next slide. And it looks something like this. So every building, we look at, the electricity use, gas use, all the different forms of energy that we use throughout the district. And it also has on the far left use for the entire district, not broken down by individual schools. Next slide. So when we look at buildings and rate them, one of the tools we use is called energy use intensity. And that looks at the amount of energy used per square foot. And so if you look, one of the ways to compare this, if you're talking about a car and you talk about miles per gallon, EUI is basically miles per gallon for a building and how well it's doing. Next slide. So as a district, we reported in 24 that our EUI was 40 kBTUs per square feet. So just know that's how the district rated. Now I'm going to ask you to skip the next slide and go forward one more. Right, so trends. So one of the things, this shows our EUI and our cost per square foot all in one graph, and the EUI is the top line, and what you'll notice is it's actually increasing. We're not going down in our energy use, we're actually slightly going up. So if you'll skip the next slide and go on, there you go, right there. So you ask yourself, go ahead.
Energy going up, couple reasons, but certainly one primary reason is we're starting school earlier. Starting school earlier in the calendar, it's hotter. Hotter it is, the more your energy costs go up. Okay.
Yep, that's exactly right. And there are some other factors. Our buildings are aging. We're replacing HVAC as fast as we can, but our average air conditioning unit right now, or when we actually did our facilities condition assessment, was a little over 16, almost 17 years old. Well, the lifespan of an HVAC unit is between 15 to 25 years, depending on it. So on average, our units are all going towards the end of their life. We looked at, when we were looking at the referendum, the number of R22 units. R22 units have been phased out for 20 years. We have thousands of them left. So we have lots of aging units, and we almost can't replace units fast enough to make up for the aging of our units. On top of that, yes, our summers are getting shorter. Also, change in weather patterns, climate change, we'll say just real quick, and increased plug loads. The more technology you put in a building, the more heat you produce. So all those factors coming together is what's causing our EUIs to go up. All right, Robin, now if I can ask you to go back to the first slide we skipped, which is the EUI reductions and savings. So overall, what are we talking about? So if we are able to move our EUI from 40 to 30, Our savings would be $1.7 million a year, which is a substantial savings. That is money we can take and use for other things. We know, when you spend money on energy, it's really just going out of the window. Everybody expects the buildings to be cool and comfortable. We don't always achieve that, but we work very hard to get that. And all you're talking about is cost here that goes away. But I will say this, a 40 to 30% reduction is a major change in the way we do business. If one of those units broke, people weren't in a hurry to replace it. I mean, we weren't, that we'd get to it, but it wasn't a top priority. Now, that is a top priority. I mean, we have to have fresh air in buildings. If you'll go to the other slide that we skipped, Robin, which is the energy usage. So we showed this slide right here to the operations committee. This shows a joint slide of energy cost and usage over the last 5 years. There's several items I want you to notice on here. One, if you look at the April, you see a big dip down. That's COVID. We weren't in our buildings. That gave us a great energy savings, and we weren't using as much energy because no one was in the building. Another item to look at is August, and you see in the most recent year that big jump up. Well, that's because this August, we used our buildings more than normal. We started school at the beginning of August, which we used to not do. So what are we doing? We're using more energy in August. And then a third would be in January of 2024. Doesn't really pop out here, but know that we received a pretty large, substantial increase in costs from the utility company. So after January 24, our costs went up, I think, by 7%. 7, right? Yeah, 7%. So that's a pretty substantial jump in our costs that impacts us. We get nothing more out of it, but our costs go up. All right, Robin, now if you can just get back to the normal progression. Very good. So what are some of the things we are doing specifically in what can we do? One of the things that we're real excited about is the building envelope. So what it shows here is different R values and different types of construction. You see some of our older buildings, you're looking at R17 or even lower. Most of our newer buildings are R24, and then you start getting to R25. Well, at May River Elementary School, we're very excited. If you've heard us talk about, we're building that building out, it's called ICF, insulated concrete form. The R value of that is R50. So, and where we've seen it done, Texas is doing a lot of them. We'll be this first school in South Carolina to build an ICF building. And if you're looking at net zero schools, one of the places that has the most net zero schools is in Kentucky. And so when they start building those, you have to start looking at things like ICF. And they also use geothermal, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But it also means, when I talked earlier about changing the way you do business, when you start getting into net zero, some of the things they do, and they're simple, but it changes your whole process because you have to all of a sudden start focusing on energy efficiency. They'll take their milk coolers at the end of the day, the ones everybody sits out there and grabs their milk. We leave them out. They run all night. They put heat into the building all night. Well, they unplug them, pull them into the freezer, and set them in there. And what does that do? That just saves energy. It's an extra step, and you have to have that mind process that, hey, we need to do some things here to help this building save energy. Next slide. So this slide just kind of shows a building diagram of May River Elementary and talks about the benefits of ICF. I've kind of already talked about that, so go on to the next slide. Some of the other things that we're looking at doing, using heat pumps, any of our new air conditioning units that we're putting in, primarily we're using heat pumps. We looked into geothermal, especially we actually looked at it at Robert Smalls, looked at it when we did May River Elementary, but the cost just wasn't there. It was too expensive. In Texas, where they're doing a lot of ICF buildings, they pair it with geothermal and they're bringing their energy costs way down. Well, in Texas, they have oil drilling industry. So that has to do geothermal. And what geothermal basically does, you take the heat load out of your building, put it into the ground absorbs it, comes back with cooler water that then can cool off your equipment. And in the winter, it's reverse. Well, to do that, it takes hundreds, if not thousands of wells in order to do that. And it just becomes cost prohibitive in South Carolina because we don't have the well drilling industry they have in Texas. But we did look into it. Same thing with solar. We've looked into solar. We have right now our largest solar projects. The largest one we have is right out here. When we did the solar field at the time, there was a rebate from what is now Dominion Energy, and that made that pretty quick payback. We got our payback out of it in about 5 years. So we also have solar panels at Bluffton High School and Well Branch Early College High School. Both of those are kind of demonstrative locations where you can kind of see solar panels, and we actually have on our computer management system for our building management system where you could pull up the solar panels and see how much energy is being produced out of any of those locations. Next slide. So this slide just shows some of the different schools and their EUIs. What I'd like you to look at here, the main thing is just the building age and kind of the system. One error I will say here on Hilton Head Island Early Childhood Center, it says it was finished in 2014. It was actually 2024, so that's a typo. So what you're noticing is the buildings with the older systems have the much worse EUI, and the older buildings. You see Pritchardville is in there it's 2010. We haven't replaced those units, but that was a green building. It had a LEED award, so it was built with lots of high R values and things of that nature. And so that's paid off over time, and it's continuing to have a low EUI, even though it has older air conditioning units on it. Next slide. So if we're wanting to save money, how can we do it? And what does it cost us? Well, number one, replace HVAC systems. This is something we're doing anyway as they age. Every HVAC system that we put in new is going to get much higher energy efficiency than the unit it's replacing. And I have to say, we've been blessed by the board and what you've allowed us to spend money on with HVAC systems. We have the money to replace systems. Our problem more is having the subcontractor pool and the time in the summer to do the work, because mostly you're having to shut down buildings, and there's only a short window to do that, either in the summer or Christmas break or times like that. So those are more of our restrictions at this time on HVAC than actual funding. Next slide. So another item, I got to flip my page. Lighting. Lighting retrofits is something that has a pretty quick turnaround. All of our new buildings and additions in the last 5 years have had LED lights. LED lights, we looked at a mass conversion probably over 5 years ago, and there were problems with it, so we kind of slowed down. But the bulk of our buildings, like this one right here, have old T8s. So there is lots of opportunity to switch out lights in majority of our buildings for energy savings. And as you see, it has a pretty quick turnaround, 1 to 3 years. There are companies out there that will come and do it basically turnkey. There's different ways you can do it. You can either retrofit or take the entire light structure out and put a whole new structure in there. You can add features to it, which may include dimming and things of that nature. So if you go to the next page, Robin. So what you have in front of you here is a quote of different ways to do lighting replacements. And basically what I'd like you to look at is the payback of 6.3 years. So that's if we did the top of the line version, replacing the entire light with dimming and everything else. It's got a 6-year payback. So even if you do everything you can with lighting, it's still a pretty quick turnaround. So that's low-hanging fruit if you want to look at energy savings and what you can do. Next slide. Building envelope improvements. We talked about what we're doing in new construction, but in our existing buildings, we have a lot of older buildings. We have not done a lot of building envelope improvements. Matter of fact, we're doing one of our first ones that I'm familiar with at Shanklin coming up this summer, where we're replacing the windows and doors. Why are we replacing the windows and doors? Where they're failing. That building's about 30 years old. They're starting to fog up, and there's starting to be all sorts of problems where we have to. And the point there is actually to date, we really haven't done building envelope improvements to save energy and cut our utility costs, but more when we have to, when things start to fail. Next slide. And then finally is solar panels. And of course, solar panels, they work great in schools because solar panels get their biggest bang or biggest return in the middle of the day when it's hot. And when are we in schools? We're in schools in the middle of the day when it's hot and sunny, and that's where our highest energy usage. Obviously, solar panels, you can try to power the entire building, but in most of our cases, we're not going to be able to do that. It'll lower, what you're looking at is lowering your peak loads down to a lower amount, which in turn has a big impact on your energy bill. Just to give you an idea, if you've seen the size of that solar panel field out there, that field, we could not build it larger than this building uses in a year. So basically that large field out there is enough power to run this building for 1 year. What that means in the summer, we may not, may not get some savings, and other times, actually it's the winter, it doesn't produce quite enough for this building, but in the summer it produces more than this building uses. So kind of to wrap this whole thing up and to summarize, what I want you to realize is, yes, there are things we can do to save money and energy. And by investing in capital in projects that save energy, that's money that comes back to the district that you can use for other things. But I do want to point out, where is that money basically coming from is your 8% funding. So when you're starting to talk about energy projects, you have to think, all right, what are we not going to be able to do with our 8% funding? Now, what we need is some directive on how much the board would like us to head in that direction. One of the things, we have some lighting projects that are an 8% funding right now to be considered. How we've looked at Ladies Island Middle, adding solar panels to that roof. We're not talking about putting solar panels, but we're talking about kind of setting it up so that could be done in the future. In other words, in the roof have already conduit in place so that we don't have to cut the roof in the future. Simple things like that. So what we're looking for is a conversation from the board in how enthusiastic would you like us to go after energy savings? And with that, I'll stop and
How
take
much
any questions.
enthusiasm we got? Question.
Well, I mean, it's, if I may.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a long game. If it's going to take 5 to 10 years, if I read that correctly, 5, 10 years to recoup the cost, it's a long game, but, I think it's worth the effort, and then what are the potential savings after we've recouped the cost? What's the replacement life cycle for solar panels? So if we're starting an aggressive campaign to put solar panels on, if not all of our schools, at what point do we have to replace the solar panels?
So solar panels are said to have about a 25-year life. and then they have to be replaced. And if I could, to your point, Mr. Nay, that's a great point. That is what we're talking about, going to a long game. In Kentucky, where they talked about doing net zero schools, it wasn't about being environmentalists. It was about saving money. And all these things we're talking about in the long run save you money. It's going to save you money when you have a 10, 20-year vision, but it costs you more money up front. So that's the conversation. And really, so like if we're talking about future referendum projects, if we want to talk about energy savings, we have to talk to the public about, hey, these things are going to cost more up front, but over the life of 20 years, we're talking about saving you money. So that's the conversation, really.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you, Robert. I would like to know the dollar amount. I mean, it's one thing to sit here and say, it's gonna cost you in the long run, it's gonna save you short run, but how much money are we talking about? And how can we present this to the public in such a way that they would want to spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars? What are we talking?
So I did kind of put in basic terms on here for each of these items what the payback is. I'll talk about the solar farm that we put out there. It cost us about $2 million to construct. I think it was a little under $2 million. It was actually maybe closer to 1.5. Our bill in this building is about 150,000. Is that right? I'm trying to think. 158,000 a year for this building? Yeah. Yeah. So we pay in energy costs $150,000 a year, but with what that rebate from Dominion, they actually paid us more than we would buy energy for. So in the end, it costs us about 7 years to pay that off. That may have made that too convoluted, but you are a lighting package in a building. You're talking about an entire building, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. When you start talking solar panels for an entire building, you're talking millions of dollars. Obviously, HVAC equipment for an entire building, that's millions of dollars. But your savings is large too. How is that? No? Oh, I'll think about a better way to answer that question.
Remember what they're looking for. What they're looking for is, what's the cost to install whatever it is we're installing? Dollar wise, not percent, right, of the saving, right? Dollar wise, what's the cost? And then on the back end, what's the saving per year? So if it takes me 5 to 6 years to pay for it, that's fine, but they'll see real dollars, right? And then, and I understand it's projected, right? But then beyond that, then it's savings, right?
Right.
So you paid for the cost, and then beyond that, it's savings, right?
Yeah. Let me give.
That's what they want to see, I think.
Yeah. So a lighting project on here, it says the payback is in 2 to, let me see. We have it 1 to 3 years. So if it has a 3-year payback, if you invest $100,000, you should expect to save $33,000 a year, roughly, from there on.
Hey, Mr. Smith, you were next.
Well,
eventually got there.
One of my concerns are, and I believe I've told you this before. When I pass the schools by night, how we can save money is, I'm trying to figure out why the lights are on the whole building throughout the night. Because if no one's in there, who's the lights on for? And so I think that would definitely save us a great amount of money if we could cut some of those lights off. You know, I mean, because then, you know, in some buildings, like you walk in, I think it's here where when you walk on the hallway, the light cut on. But then in buildings that I pass or I see at 3 and 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, no one's in these buildings. The lights are on. I think that if we cut down on some of that stuff, I think that we can surpass some of this right here, because I foresee it going to cost us more probably over a period of time than what we really are going to sign up for, because once again we're using numbers. How can we assure our constituents that it's going to actually work and that the savings is going to actually be worth it? I mean, once again, I mean, I guess he kind of his superintendent told you what some of my colleagues are looking for, but I'm looking for the insurance that if we switch to this, that we're going to have a large tons of savings.
So one of the things that if you see a building with lights on at 3 o'clock in the morning, please let me know, because what you described is in this building is in the bulk of all of our buildings. There's only there are a couple buildings that have a different lighting control system than this one. And what does happen is these sensors go out. So if the sensors go out, they have to be replaced. But most buildings, and are going forward, all buildings will have motion sensors just like this building. So if lights are on, that means people are in there. If lights are on and people aren't in there, that means something's wrong and we need to look into it and get that fixed.
Robert, are there some safety emergency lights or safety lights
There are
that are automatically
yes.
on in
and that's
buildings
required by
regardless,
code.
and that's required by code.
So you shouldn't be light up like a daylight, but like in this room, there may be 2 lights on, and that's required by code. That has to be there.
Right, and I'm aware of those lights. Yeah. The lights I'm talking about is light up as daylight, as though we're having school.
Yeah.
And Mr. Adam, respectfully, I've already told you where I've seen that at, and this is not my first time having this conversation with you. So I've told you several times that I've seen this, and that I've seen that some schools. So this is a familiar conversation that we're having.
Is it Beaufort L?
It was Beaufort a couple times in St. Helena Elementary School as well. I'm talking about the whole hall with the whole school is just lit up as though we're having a full-fledged conference. A full-fledged school day. So I mean, so respectfully, I believe that I've already done that. So yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, Beaufort L is one of the schools that has a different lighting control system. It has to be programmed. Red Cedars and others. So those are 2 that they may need to be looked at in their programming, and I'll look into that. St. Helena, that would mean somebody's in the building or something's wrong.
Okay, something must be wrong.
Mr. Nay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Operations Committee can probably take a look at and maybe do a breakdown of like cost per square foot of solar panel and for wind power, and then how many square foot per school we would need to make the school net zero. I mean, we could put together a presentation and then bring it to the board.
Yeah, the sooner the better, because if the tariff war with China goes on, it's going to just cost more to get solar panels.
Yep.
Ooh, that reminded me of something. Thank you for bringing that up. We actually met, JD's back here. We met with an energy consultant earlier in the week talking about light replacements. And we're talking about solar panels and the interest of the boards. And I don't know if you know this, but I hadn't heard this and we've checked it. The current tariff on solar panels coming from Southeast Asia is over 3,500%. It happened this week. Now, one of the things I'll add to that, solar panels is an industry that there are American producers of. So there are American producers of solar panels. So obviously, they're now going to be booked through the roof. There's not enough to cover all the bulk of our solar panels come from Southeast Asia. But there are American industries, so you can get them from an American company and Canadian.
Ms. Boatwright?
Thank you. Yeah, and the other thing too with energy is, I mean, I know I'm a broken record, but one of the things with AI and data centers and all that is that energy is a huge user of energy. So some people are predicting that either energy costs are going to go up dramatically, or some people are saying it's going to make us bring back nuclear. You just don't know. Like, there's so many unknowns. I think that really the question here is how much this is modernizing Beaufort County School District school buildings, and I am all for it. And I have been saying for a long time, our buildings are not set up for the future. We don't have, I have complained vociferously about this building being used as the district office because we've got, cables hanging down the ceiling because it's not meant for 2025 level, Wi-Fi, et cetera. But I think I guess my other question would be, to me, it feels a little bit like we're going to step 4 without doing 2 and 3. Because there are other things that we haven't done. Like we're not looking at right sizing buildings. I mean, that's got to be an energy thing. We have a lot of buildings that are 50% occupied. Are we zoning them? Are we, shutting down wings of buildings, et cetera? Doing those sorts of things first, looking at, like I said, how do we zone our HVAC? So I feel like, yeah, I'm for it. I just don't want to leap into it and into the more expensive, fancier solution without having done some due diligence on what might reduce the energy costs. But I think overall, what I would support is any initiative that looks at modernizing the buildings, because that also goes to let's go public. When someone walks into a building, and Hilton Head, 1983, it was sad. I mean, the building looks sad. It doesn't look like you're going to train the youth for the future in a building like that. They've done a good job, like trying to paint it and decorate it and whatnot.
We're going to correct that.
Huh?
We're correcting that soon.
Oh, absolutely. And I would assume that we're, using modern building techniques.
yeah.
And I think it's an area of tremendous innovation. So I'm all for it. I just want to make sure we don't just get caught up in solar panels when we're not looking at zoning. And I do think we need to look at, if we have a lot of unused space in the district, how are we making that energy efficient as well?
Okay, we've been talking about the future, and now it's time to talk about the past. We got a cemetery to talk about.
Yes, sir. Mr. Osborne, do you want to come up here and join me? Mr. Osborne is the principal of Ladies Island L. And Robin, if you could bring up, I'm going to kind of give an overview of what's going on, and then I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Osborne to answer any questions you may have and give more detail. There you go. So just to give you,
Yeah, this is an item that Mr. Smith brought forward. So if you want to sort of lay out what it is for, and then let them share a little bit, and then I think you all probably need a discussion, right?
Correct. So thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. So this with this cemetery, this is a cemetery at Ladies Island Elementary School, and we've been having this conversation around giving the community access, and the community has been willing and working with us about it, and that as people don't die every day, but as people begin to pass away, and it's kind of it may not be on your radar every day, but every now and then it reoccurs. And so the conversation first took place a couple years ago when with me when Mrs. Coleman was there as the principal there, and then Mr. Outing, and Mr. Brodus, a couple of us, we met about it. And at that point in time, it was told that I was told that I guess Mr. Outing was going to look at it, and some things were going to be done, and set kind of one of those microwave things. You have that thing, you set it and forget it. And then it's reoccurred not long ago again, and with Mr. Excuse me, don't forget. Put it on my heart, not my mind. Mr. Osborne, excuse me, Mr. Osborne again. There were a couple of times, and me and Mr. Osborne and Mr. Brodus went out, and we met. And once again, it was the same thing. And so then Ken gave it to them back again. So this time it was different members of the community coming to me talking about it. I had a funeral director called me and say, "Hey, what are y'all going to do about that graveyard over at the elementary school? We need access to it." We got it. A lot of things have changed, as well as my understanding from a couple community members. So then I went and met with Mr. Osborne. It was me, Mr. Osborne, and Miss Dr. Levan. Dr. Levan and Mr. Brodus, and we had a conversation around about different things, because first off, in South Carolina, you're not allowed to block a cemetery. One, I said on a good riddance, we hadn't done that. But what happened was, and with this cemetery, the route have changed, and also there was a fence there was a fence a couple years ago that we moved. That's in this picture. Do you mind? Y'all mind if I stood up at this spot right here?
Give you a pass. Got it.
If you look along here, this is I would know. If you look over here, I guess this is the back of the school. For a long period of time, they were able to come. The funeral service would come to the back of the school and access to the cemetery that way. But then the gate was put up. And once the gate was put up, then cut off the access to go around from the front of the school to the back of the school. And at that time, the principal in the, from my side, I believe, I'm not sure, but the principal in the community had told them, look here, what we did was we're putting a new gate up, and then the new gate came across. The new gate came across this right here, and there was a gas tank right here. That first, excuse me, first there was a gate when the gate was put up. There was enough room in here where the session could then come in this way off of this road at the side of the school, and then the front they could go in there and turn. And then there was a second gate. There was a second gate there, and then at that point that gate then was once again the school and the principal then talked about it, and so now they were coming into there was actual gate here where they were coming in through the almost the playground parking lot, and which the playground, to my understanding, the playground is adjacent to this. So that was the agreement where the casket and the two car, I mean, the two cars could come in through this playground area and go out that way, and so that they could get in the graveyard. And so basically, the issue is here is that basically. Well, the issue here is that basically the land has been given, so from my standpoint, possibly given to the district as well as to the community for that graveyard. And we just need to come up with a comprehensive plan to be able to, one, keep our kids safe, two, and figure out how we can allow the families to come in and have access. Whether it could possibly be the terms of putting one of our fences that we have a couple feet back, and then also, I didn't want to get into the legalities of it. They were also saying that when the fence was moving, the fence was moving by the district on possible parts of the property that was not the district. So there's some legality questions in terms of what that looked like, and if we could maybe possibly see this operation, but get a clarity to where we can actually get this actually tacked down, so I can stop having the community members and some of them asking me what are we doing towards it. Is the reason why I brought it to the board's attention as well, is because I want us to figure out what could we do to bring the tackle this down, nail this down into where we could be good citizens to our community as well, in terms of what that looked like.
Mr. Nate, do you have a comment?
I'm sorry. Maybe Mr. Osborne, we could listen to the rest presentation, but it sounds like the board needs to make a motion to direct the superintendent to make sure that we are compliant with state and laws and about access, and then find out what the plan is, maybe our next meeting, to make sure that cemetery is accessible.
You want to make a motion?
I guess we can.
So the issue, all right, so it is accessible at this time. The question is the level of access. As Mr. Smith was saying, if you look on there, that footpath area is actually, about probably in the last 5 years, I'd say, maybe a little 5 to 10 years, we cleared an area that is a footpath inside the fence. but it's not big enough for a hearse to get into. So if you have a hearse or you have seniors, that's where they want to get closer to the gravesite so they don't have to walk as far. So we've provided access via that footpath, and we've provided parking behind the cafeteria. So we have met, in my mind, I mean, it'd have to be a lawyer or a lawsuit would have to decide whether that is not the intent of the law by providing access. But as of right now, the only way we can provide access for a senior in a car or a hearse is through the back of the school, through the playgrounds, or through the side of the school next to the playground. So that's the question, is when do we provide that access and under what conditions? Fair enough, Mr. Smith? Is that the?
Yeah, and then also in our, I think in our second or third meeting, we also told them that it would have been bought, because I do remember having a conversation about the fence would have been moved back. And I think that's what the community is really asking. When was the fence going to be moved back so that the cars could get in there and have turnaround space? And so when you what we said was that if the fence had to be moved, then that probably would be a cost. And so that was the another issue is that we could give them we could give y'all the space of moving the fence back from where it possibly shouldn't be or should be, but we're willing to give you that, and that would be a cost, and that cost would have to come from the board. So I believe that is also another reason why I was looped into it as well.
I just say on the whole fence moving, I think that's a recent conversation that I wasn't a part of. I do know that the propane tank is in the way of that fence moving. And so that may be something we need to, I don't have like a cost or amount, because what we did is we cleared that path. Well, 5+ years ago, we said we weren't going to move the fence. I understand now there's been some conversations that people are okay with moving the fence, but we haven't looked or priced that out or anything of that nature. So on my side, we haven't done anything to investigate that.
Initially, when we first went out there that day, that's how the fence conversation initially came about. If my memory serves me correct.
I mean, if we did, I'd never agreed to move the fence. On our side, we said we didn't need to move it, but if the board directs us to move the fence, we'll move the fence. I mean, we'll have to do something about that propane tank and yeah.
Can I ask a question or ask Mr. Osborne to say his take on this issue?
I believe that we moved the fence maybe right before COVID, and it's actually a fence that we installed as a district. So we repaired the fence because it didn't meet our security standards to provide that footpath. The community is asking to bring the fence in, which reduces the size of that playground, which from the school perspective is not really an issue for our operations because it's a massive playground that is really too large for the number of kids to be able to supervise it. So from that perspective, it does not impact, the school's functioning at all, whether you choose to.
So your issue is just, it's not a hindrance to you to be accommodated, but you need a fence.
Correct.
To be moved, correct?
Correct. Very rarely do funerals happen during the day. Since COVID, for some reason, we had many during the years before, but now they seem to be held on weekends. Maybe we'll get a call, hey, can you open the fence after school hours on Friday so that equipment can go to prepare the site? But I can only think of maybe once or twice since COVID where we've actually needed to open the playground during the day for a funeral for that kind of thing, unless it's been raining, which is very hard to get to the site at all if it's been raining, and then they do go around.
Yeah, thank you.
So the one thing that comes to mind, I mean, hearing from Mr. Osborne doesn't see an issue with the movement of the fence that encroaches and would shrink the playground a little bit because it's a big enough playground, so not an issue there. I think the only question I have is you move the fence in, we would still own property on the other side of that fence. If somebody falls or trips on that spot, what is the liability that we would have? And then how do we resolve that in terms of, that's the only thing I think I see hanging out there based on that.
So we, just to clarify here, we own the entire property, including the cemetery. That's our property. But we have to, Well, yeah, I mean, we have to allow it to be used as a cemetery, but it's not on our property?
No, that's not my understanding of it. My understanding is that, and because also Paul Somerville, a former councilman, he was involved in the situation, too, to some degree, because, this, I believe that even this land was donated or it was given to, I think it was given to the district or something. I'm not sure the legal, but how that looks. But maybe we may need to start there of seeing who actually owns the actual or property, because that's not my remembrance of it.
Okay. More interjections in here. Can I make a suggestion? Can I just suggest, let us do some exploration into this situation as Mr. Nay was asking, and we'll try to methodically move through whatever might come up, and then we'll come back to you.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I'll definitely go to operations. I don't have a problem with that.
All right. That sounds good. We don't think we need a motion for that. We can do that.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Great.
There we go. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. So now let's go back to the future again. New student assignment for May River Elementary School. Hey, Carol.
Colonel Guy, I'm going to ask a favor. We have Ethan James here, who's for the next item on the agenda.
Oh, I see.
I was going to be willing to let him go before me and save the best for last.
Okay.
Is that okay?
All right, sir. Please, let's talk about the Ladies Island Middle School development, green space.
I'm not sure how this conversation's going to go.
Something on that map. Yeah, please come up, sir.
How are you today, sir? Thank you for having me. My name's Ethan James. I'm here on behalf of landowners that border Ladies Island Middle School. There's a total of 6 acres that runs contiguous with Ladies Island Middle School. In the past and most recent action, we have gone before the Green Space Tax Committee through Beaufort County Council. The Green Space Tax Committee has acknowledged that they would have an interest in putting green space tax funds towards the land acquisition and essentially donating the 6 acres to the Beaufort County School District, to the school. The property in this particular roadway is undergoing a lot of new development on Ladies Island. There is a new traffic light that is coming in that is currently in right-of-way acquisition with Beaufort County for a traffic light to reroute the school buses and along Cougar Drive there. I'm here today really just to offer answer any questions about the parcels. Colonel Geyer was at the Green Space Committee most recently, in which the Green Space Tax Committee essentially deferred to the school board here as far as the level of interest in owning and maintaining the property after the Green Space Tax Committee would use the funds to purchase it for the school board.
Yeah, let me explain. I went to the meeting with the Green Space, and I went there kind of thinking that they just wanted our permission for the county to purchase it from Green Space, but that wasn't exactly what I found out when I got to the meeting. Is they wanted to purchase it, Green Space purchase it and give it to us, not the county. And mostly they're interested in just leaving it as a green space. And I thought about, okay, so how much maintenance would be required, and virtually none. Maybe bush hog it once a year or something to knock the weeds down. This is, I've my two grandsons went to Ladies Island Middle School, so I spent a lot of time sitting in the line, ready to pick them up. As you come in off of the main road going out to Fripp, there it is. The main road going out to Fripp. Cougar Drive right here. And so it's all green space. And it's adjacent to the district's property, right next to it. When I first had a communication with David Bartholomew, the county councilman, he said, wouldn't it be a great place to have a park? And we could put a band shell out there and we could have entertainment and, or, you know, a park kind of programs out there, just very minimal, you know, no impervious surface, no roads or anything built in it. They would use our road to get in, and they would use our parking when we weren't in session to park at that place. Well, that's not what was talked about at the green space. It was basically talked about as just being left as a green space. It would be our property, and that maybe we would work out something with the county to use the green space for nature walks or something like that, but nothing that would require any construction or any maintenance other than maybe knocking down the weeds once a year or whatever. And I thought I was coming in there and say, well, I can't, school district can't afford to buy that. Oh, no, we'll buy it. We'll give it to you and you maintain it. So the only thing that we would have is a liability of having a piece of ground that somebody could set up a drug trafficking place on it when no one's watching, which is minimal risk. So I said, okay, let us know some more information about it. And here you are. Now, here's what if we don't do this and it gets purchased, there will be a gas station or there will be a
apartments, storage units,
or
those have been
whatever.
yeah.
And that's not what definitely not what we want there, get in and out of that school. So Smith has got.
I definitely agree, and I think that this would definitely be great for us because I was at a different meeting over behind the bank, and some ladies and they were talking about that space and talking about there was a restaurant that wanted that space. It's an actual restaurant. From what I'm hearing, is that if we don't purchase that, then there will be a restaurant there. Is what I've gathered into the validity. I'll leave it there. I won't talk about his business, but yeah. So I think that it would be a great thing for our kids. And you talking about some of these science classes, going out and doing adventures walks, sped student. I think this would be a great thing to have if my colleagues would support that. Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez, what's your feeling about it?
I was just inquiring, if we acquire any property, what kind of steps or anything that we have to do related with the state, and there are some that we would have to do, even if they give it to you. So, but it probably, I'm not gonna say it's an easy done deal thing, but it probably wouldn't be too difficult because it's connected to our property, right?
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah. So that probably makes it easier going through that. And I mean, I'm comfortable with it. Are they looking to build a walkway on it or just leave it as is?
Maybe that is.
They're just looking to leave it as is. Okay. Yeah, I don't see.
Ms. Frazier?
So this isn't the piece of land that we spoke about before in an operations meeting. This is. So it is something different now because they did want to do something with the land and us pay for the maintenance of it.
Yes.
So now that's off the table and it's going to be free and clear land. As long as that's in writing. Everything that's free isn't free,
Absolutely.
right?
Now, when we purchase something, it becomes district property and we have control over what's on. But the green space people that have the money that want to purchase it, they want guarantees, from us that we plan to leave it as a green space.
Oh.
Did I get that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct. I think another important kind of timing of all this is that the new roadway is coming in at that location as well, where these two parcels run adjacent to it. Beaufort County is in conversations with the landowners there for right-of-way acquisition. So that would potentially allow some funding coming from the county to go towards this and the Green Space Committee. So it's the timing of all this, all in the kind of coming together with the new roadway and the Green Space wanting to preserve and protect the land as well. So,
hey, Colonel. Mr. Smith, did you have something?
I was going to say, actually,
okay. Is that Mr. Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dallas, did you say something?
Yes, sir. Whenever it's
okay, please go ahead.
Okay. So I had some conversation with some members. Okay. So I had some conversation with some members of the Green Space Committee, and they are, as is per their normal protocol. Green Space Committee, and they are, as is per their normal protocol. They're looking to take properties off the market and arrest some of the.
Sir, you're really breaking up.
Take properties off the market and arrest some of the development that's taken place. And so they are certainly prepared to purchase and develop and turn it over to us. They are certainly prepared to purchase and develop and turn it over to us. Not develop it, but turn it over to us.
Okay.
Not develop it, but turn it over to us.
Turn it over to us. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
I was going to say that, and you absolutely correct. Oh, you're absolutely correct about that because they were talking about putting a light there, and I know that we were talking about that. About trying to cut it off and actually put that light there. And I think that we're looking to have that conversation with them when we do meet with the county council. I think that's one of the things should be one of the things on our agenda. So I think this couldn't come at a better time than now to go ahead and make it all work for the better for everyone in the community. I'm sure, and I'm sure Mrs.
Absolutely.
Do we need a motion to?
I make the motion that we
expect
the green space with the notion. With the.
Yeah.
Jumping a gun.
Yeah, let's
we
leave
need
it.
Wendy, we need Robert.
Yeah.
We need to get this in writing, right? Oh, okay.
Put that in the motion. There you go. Yeah, okay.
But if y'all, I was gonna put that in the motion. I'm experienced here. But if y'all want, we can. They bring it back to us and accept it. But
Well, I think the motion to ask the superintendent to direct the superintendent to negotiate. Yeah, right.
Okay. At this time, I will make a motion that we direct the superintendent to review the acquisition in terms of this Lays Out and Green Space project and to bring us back an update. Thank you.
Second from Ms. Fraser. Any discussion? Mr. Ney.
Second.
It seems like it seems like the motives are altruistic, but I just don't understand what the aggressive. We want you guys to have it. We want to pay for it, and we want you guys to have it, but don't do anything with it. There just seems like something I'm missing here. It's like. I totally get it. I just
let me just give you an impression. Sitting in that meeting, you've been in a meeting with tree huggers. This was Tree Hugger Central.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Okay, and they just want No development, and and anything they can keep into green space is fine with them. And the more visible that green space is, the better they like it. And this is right visible from the main road going out to St. Helen Element.
Yeah, but why us? Why not give it to some philanthropist
Because-
or some do-gooder in the
because it's-
community?
Because it's right next to us, right next door to us.
Still weird. I don't know.
And oh, by the way, here's what they said to me. They said, and just think, all those little children can frolic in the woods. And I think, oh, that's wonderful.
Liability.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a good deal. Okay. So any further discussion?
Yeah. No, it's all right.
All those in favor? Right. Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Abstain. And online?
Aye, Dallas. Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion carries.
Aye, Dallas.
Okay, got it. Don't have as many.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Do y'all need you need a stand up, stretch, break?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to go back. We skipped me, remember?
Okay.
All right. Do you need a 5-minute stretch? Or you guys stand up while I'm talking? I'm good.
Yeah.
Thanks for. So I'm excited to be here to talk about this process of student assignment for opening a new school. So Robin, if you will pull up my little presentation. So why do we need to do this? Why do we need to change attendance zones? Well, we're doing it because planned opening of May River Elementary School in 27, and we have to assign students to that school, right? There are other reasons why we might look at changing attendance zones, and I think it sort of got mentioned a little bit earlier in some conversations. When one school is over capacity and the next school next to it is way under capacity. That might be something that would trigger, one of those changes in student assignment. You see in our book every year, our facilities master plan, we talk about those triggers for capacity. So that's one reason we might want to do that. And remember those triggers, our target is always 85%. That's where we want to be. That allows room for growth and flexibility for program offerings. Next slide, Robin. So I'm just going to quickly cover some things that you all probably already know, but I just wanted to highlight board policy that affects student assignment. So it is GC3, board approves attendance boundaries after public notice of a public hearing. So we have to do this in the public eye. Next slide. OE10, superintendent reviews zones annually and makes recommendations. And we put this conversation every year again in our facilities master plan, which you all have. And that conversation this year starts on page 132. So we started talking about the fact that we needed to have this conversation in the book this year. Okay, next slide has AROS 24, which requires us to project student enrollments and adjust zones. And this is discussed again in the facilities master plan, this time on page 34. Next slide. Also, ARSS 3 discusses the residential school attendance zone. That's where the student lives. What zone do they live in? And it also talks about the grandfathering rule and the school capacity guidelines. So the grandfather rule, if you're not familiar with this, is so if you're in elementary school and you started 4th grade and your plan next year was to be in 5th grade, but we're going to change attendance zones, you're allowed to stay and finish your 5th grade year. That has been our practice in the past, and it's also in our ARs. Okay, next slide. Talks about other practices that affect student assignment. And some of those are bus rides. So years ago, well, first of all, state mandate says school bus rides need to be less than an hour and a half. School board decided we want them to be less than an hour. So that is our target there. School choice is always a factor when you're looking at student assignment. Special education cluster programs, those are something else to keep in mind as we look at changes in student assignment. And then cluster configurations. There was a time we were only going to talk about northern cluster and southern cluster, but what I'm talking about really is feeder systems. So at Well Branch Early College, that cluster, it's a clean feeder, elementary, straight to middle, straight to high. That is it. Hilton Head is also a good example. Everything feeds straight to Hilton Head High. In the Beaufort, Battery Creek, and Bluffton areas, that is not the case. So that's a factor that you all may want to keep in mind as we have these discussions about student assignment. Next slide. So we've taken a look at the policies and regulations. How are we going to change the attendance zones? So only the board can change attendance zones, not us. And we also have an agreement with the Office of Civil Rights, and they have to give their approval as well. The next slide is a slide I developed after our 2010 agreement with OCR. It was a renewal to the original one. And I used this for future discussions as we were going through student assignment changes back in 2010 when we were building new schools. And I know Ms. Cartledge has familiarized this topic with you all in your your orientation, but I just want to, again, bring it to your attention. Next slide. So we have not changed attendance zones since 2014 when we did planning for the opening of River Ridge Academy and May River High School. And we did that planning all together as a multi-year approach that gave plenty of advance to parents and students and communities. Since 2018, our only assignments have been new neighborhoods that were coming online where no students were living, and we made assignments to schools that had available capacity or had the ability to add mobiles onto that campus. And this is primarily in the Bluffton area. This is not anywhere else. So the next slide shows you a map of the Bluffton. I just took the elementary attendance areas because it's kind of easier to see there. What that has done is created donut holes. So you can see those little yellow patches throughout the green and throughout the purple. That's what we've created since 2018. The next slide just kind of zooms in on that. So understand that all these things happened before the 2019 referendum. We had no funding at that time to add on. The 2019 referendum gave us additions at River Ridge and at May River, which bought us some time to do this. So we added mobiles at Pritchardville. Like right now they have 18 classrooms in mobiles. Yeah. Make it there. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Bluffton Elementary. Yeah, so the little yellow is the Bluffton Elementary attendance zone. And so you see within the green, which is the Pritchardville Elementary zone, that there are little patches of yellow. That's because those were new neighborhoods that came online and got developed. And because we didn't have room, we already have 18 classrooms in mobiles at Pritchardville, we sent those students to Bluffton Elementary School. Same thing up in the River Ridge attendance zone. There's some little patches of yellow up there, and that's actually splitting Seagrass Station. Part of them go to River Ridge, part of them go to Bluffton Elementary School, because that was our only opportunity. So, does that make sense? I mean, it doesn't, but you understand. Okay. Okay. Anyway, all that is why we're building, May River Elementary School to give us capacity to serve the students. And now we have to assign those students to a place. So what is our process for changing student assignment? These are what I called our guiding principles. Target range of 85% when we're looking at attendance zones. We have to look at the demographics of the students everywhere in the area that we're going to touch so that we're making sure we're abiding by our OCR agreement. And that's to mirror the racial makeup of the county as a whole. Priority for those students who live within 1 mile. Minimize transitions for students from elementary to middle to high school. If you've lived in this community more than 15 years, at one point we had students K through 4 at one school, then they were 5, 6 at one school, then they were 7, 8 at a school, and then, 8, 9. We had 8, 9 at McCracken, and then 9, 10, 12. Yeah, it was. So we need to minimize those transitions because what we've learned from the instructional side is transitions are not necessarily good for students. So minimize those transitions whenever possible. Use natural boundaries. So major highways, you don't want to try to be crossing those, especially with buses, bridges, those kind of things. Keep entire neighborhoods together like the Seagrass Station, which is a great thing. And then keep the grandfathering in mind. That's just a 1-year effect on those changes in zones. Next slide. So when do we need to start? Well, we're starting by having this conversation today. Our goal is, our end target is zones in place by October of 26. The more time we give parents to prepare, the better. And this also allows plenty of time for public participation in the process. So the next slide outlines a timeline to get us through all those steps to get to that completion by October of 26. And it does allow for, and you'll see, lots of going to the public, coming back to you all to discuss options, going back to the public, discuss options, then you all coming back and making a final decision. And keeping summer kind of out of that conversation because people aren't in here. So scope of work discussion. This is where we need guidance from you all on how far you want to go with this conversation. Our goal is to develop new attendance zones for May River Elementary to relieve those capacity issues at Pritchardville. We can only go that far if you want to. But we could also, number 2, look at all the elementary zones in Bluffton, fix the donut holes, and bring enrollments to our target 85% capacity. Then the next step, if you want to go further, we could fix the donut holes that exist at other levels because those donut holes are there all the way up, not just at the elementary school. And then we can look at creating clean feeders. I have not looked at it in a long time. I'm not sure it's going to be possible in the Bluffton area, just the geography of things, and we've got River Ridge as a K-8 in there. It could be an extreme challenge, but if you want us to look at that, be happy to take a look at that too. And then, have some public meetings determined by what your scope is on those. And with that, I seek your guidance. Questions?
Ms. Frazier.
I choose 2 through 5, please.
2 through 5? Okay. Well, 1's incorporated when you look at 2. Yeah. All the above.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that because I remember the first time when we did this and how rigorous. I'm sure y'all remember how people were. Yeah, it was, I think all so that we can fix it. It's about time.
Yeah, I have to agree. This is not something you snap your fingers and it happens. And it's I can remember when Shell Point had to close down and we had to move people around for that. I wasn't on the board, but I was in the community and it was nasty. I like the timeline and you're taking your time to inform the public and you're having open forums and bringing them in, and you're not going to please everybody. No way we will please everybody, but we will try to minimize it as much as possible. And maybe evolution will help, you know, as new people come in, when they move into that, wherever they're at, their children go to the school that they're supposed to go to. And eventually it'll all work out. That's one way of doing it, but that would take 10, 12 years probably to sort that out. I don't think we can wait that long. Well, I get a lot of comments on emails about, I just moved in. My child is going to a school that I pass by another school to get to, the child does to get to the school. And I said, yes, and we understand. And it's because of spacing and we're working on it, but we don't have a solution other than what we are doing right now. But that only lasts so long. So this seems to me, and I started working on this plan 6 years ago when we went out and looked and went to every school and looked at it and talked to principals and saw where we would put extra additions to May River and additions to River Ridge and all those things. This sounds like a very reasonable plan to me. Okay, let's get Pastor Gordon. He's got his hand up, and then we'll get to Mr. Dallas.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when we start adding or changing attendance on, please let's include transportation, because a lot of it is going to depend on how they put things together on the road. And I know from working over there, especially in the Bluffton area, because I was area supervisor over there one time when I came back, we had intricate meetings about how I needed to change things to make transportation more efficient. So transportation needs to be a part of this conversation.
That's a good point.
Yeah, good point. Mr. Dallas?
I lean towards 2 to 5, as Ms. Frazier said, be a more complete overview and let's lean towards 2 to 5, as Ms. Frazier said, be a more complete overview and let's try to get it done.
Okay, all right. Ms. Frazier?
I may be going on a tangent too, but does that align with me having May River High School instead of Bluffton High School as a district too?
No,
So that's two separate.
those are two separate zones. That's
Your
correct.
zone, your district areas align with county council's district.
And those are only aligned after every census. Then they redraw the lines based on population. So that won't, you've got a while.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. If any other questions, thank you very much, Carol. As always, a great job.
All right.
That is the end of our long, well, not quite.
I would just like to make a comment. Can we please stop putting items on the agenda that don't have any explanation? Today it was the Ladies Island Cemetery. It was just a map on the agenda with no explanation as to why it was there. I'm a knuckle dragon Marine. I need some time to do research. But it also stops me from being able to prepare questions to bring to talk about it. And most importantly, it takes a while to pick out the best crayon to take notes with. You know, so it's if we could please at least put a sentence or two or three as to why it's on the agenda, so like somebody can do, and it allows for some topic conversations between board members as to why it's on the agenda, things like that. That would be tremendously helpful.
Good point. Good point. We'll do a better job. Okay. If there's no objection, we will adjourn under unanimous consent.
Very quickly. I know we're moving forward with May River Elementary, but what's the status of the road with Palmetto Bluff?
I think that's executive session conversation and we can have that
contract we have to talk. Okay,